brother. Everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting, you're gay. Okay,
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, News Day, coming to you live from Trantifa headquarters. Trans Antifa headquarters, your CEO, HasanAbi Piker, CEO of the Trans Antifa Brigades. Today's a beautiful day, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today is the day that we will take a severe hit to the Trans Antifa headquarters and our numbers. That's right. Why, you might be asking? Well, the reason why today we're taking a significant and severe blow, perhaps the most devastating blow, to the Trantifa numbers that we have, albeit strong, albeit loyal, is because today's the day that the administration tackles autism. That's right. Obviously, autism is the number one reason as to why we have HasanAbi Heads to begin with. It's the number one reason why we are here to begin with. And now the administration is taking a eugenicist step. They are curing autism. It's over for all of us. RIP. RIP 07s. Once the cure comes in, every single one of you is going to drop this whole socialism, political hyperfixation bullshit and be fixed and be cured. All right. Anyway, lots to talk about. Lots to talk about, of course. But before I get into all of that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is Monday, September 22nd, 2025, 10:59 a.m. I'm actually early. It's 78 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, with moderate air quality. And there is so much to talk about. I'm Hasan Piker. HasanAbi Piker. And, there is a tremendous number of news to cover. As always, you already know we're going to get to all of it. Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast after a 6 hour and 50 minutes on Sunday, and it was because I was tired. It was because I was sick and tired. It was a big news week, and so I did a half day. Probably was fearful of the autism cure coming in to take away my career from me. And I had to deal with that by downloading the Metal Gear Solid Remastered collection that is available on Steam. And I did that, and I started playing Metal Gear Solid 1 to just focus on my other hyperfixation. Anyway, have you started listening to Blowback Season 6 yet? No, I have not, but I will be having Noah Cohen and Brandon on most likely later today. They want to come on and promote it. As always, you already know, Blowback, one of the most complimentary podcasts to this broadcast, as I always say, as I always talk about. MGS1 GameCube version of PS1. Yeah, that's I have the GameCube here as well, so that I can do that. I can do Twin Snakes. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, there's so much to talk about, but personal news-wise, not a lot going on in my life. I did one call this morning. It wasn't, anything crazy or whatever, but yeah, I've been watching The Good Lord Bird, playing a little bit of MGS, Solid Snake, first one, and, hitting the workouts. As always, you already know what it is. Makes me feel good, makes me feel comfy. Shouts out to the Adam Friedland Show. I'm wearing their merch. Is your neck still hurting? Yes, it is, but a little bit less than yesterday, so it's good. I was also ripping the 225 piece like it's nobody's business, but I didn't look too hot while I was doing that, so I didn't post that one. But Twin Snakes is trash. Play OG. I have played OG, and I've never played Twin Snakes, so I might try it, but I heard it's like, not faithful to the original, but regardless. Let's talk about a serious topic. Let's say you want to get girls and then you get rejected, you get upset, and you back home at 10 p.m., you open the fridge, you eat fast, forget what happened, and that is an addiction problem. Dog, how do you know my life? Why are you calling me out like this? Get out of my brain. Get out of my house. I just started the broadcast. Why are you attacking me? Is this how you guys feel when I talk about when I shit on a person and I read them the filth, and then everyone's like, damn, why are you attacking me about my social anxieties, Yo, dog, down 55 pounds, and I want to say thanks for the constant reminder of the importance of fitness and nutrition. Hell yeah, baby. Hasan, I'm sadly Italian. Today's a beautiful day to be Italian. Are you kidding me? This is the most ciao bella ciao day of all time, of all days. There's a general strike taking place in Italy right now. Are you kidding me? This is the most pro-Italian you will ever see me. Do you understand? This is my number one day to be Italiano. Are you kidding me? Actually, you know what? As a matter of fact, let's hit that. But they are fascists. No. You have your comrades, you have your partisans, you have your partisanos. Okay. Do not assume that all people of one nation are like this. That's crazy. That's crazy. How dare you? And especially today of all days, when the Italiano people are saying ciao bella ciao to fascismo. Okay. Are the white boys speaking Italian? This white boy certainly is. You want to see? In honor of the general strike that's taking place in Italy right now, as Italians from many different walks of life have taken it up to the streets and are doing a 24-hour general strike that started last night, I will be playing this.
Aspettando Hasan, si andrà a guardare un video e poi giù 3 ore a commentarlo sul suo stream per tutto il D o il su, che stiamo aspettando Hasan. Chissà quest'oggi che farà. Dai che il casino è aperto, si scomette un po'. So già però che starò tutto il giorno qui seduto aspettando Hasan. Un tempo era di le news. Ora invece parla solo della Volvo.
Di una Volvo.
Quanto tempo ho trascorso qui aspettando Hasan. Siamo qui che aspettiamo Hasan. Hasan.
There it is. Was Inquirer, by the way? Aspettando Hasan. Italians are not a monolith, unlike the Polish. No, the Polish are not a monolith either. Nobody is. Come on. All right. Anyway. My friend dumped her boyfriend because he was disrespecting you. That's crazy. I mean, it's indicative of like a weird political worldview if that's like the major reason, but don't make me be the reason, you know, that's crazy. How's your face, monster? Is bad. It's not good. Okay, all right. Let's get into it. There's so much happening in the world. We got Trump to cure autism. Can I talk about annoying stuff if you don't mind? No, I do mind. Don't do it. Okay. Kirk Memorial turns into political rally as the right swear on revenge. Ethan Klein apology tour? What does that mean? Are you guys talking about the one TikTok that he posted being like, hey, that one time I actually said I love Israel and I'm going to go there and it's multifaceted. That was actually my mistake. I'm so sorry about that. But that's it. Nothing else. Okay. Nothing before and nothing after. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a sign of the times. It's a sign of the times that even someone who is as viciously a defender of Israel and an attacker of Israel's biggest critics is recognizing that he feels the need to do some propaganda to kind of take back some of the things that he's done. Yeah. That's cool, though. Hasan, look at these rats jumping ship. Yeah. All right. Banger episode of the Fear and Podcast. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Fear and Podcast came out. Loved Israel so much he lost one of his coolest friends and blew up a successful podcast. Don't even get me started. Anyway, Trump to cure autism. Kirk Memorial turns into political rally as the right swear to revenge. Oh my God, it's so loud here. Ermagerd. Palestine state recognition makes Israel mad. But is this... Are you perfect? This is chatting. I want to talk. Dude. Chatters. I'm not your personal therapist, all right? What's going on right now? Please stop. Motherfuckers will come in here and be like, I want to be annoying. Can I be annoying to you? And there's like 20,000 other people in here that are like, yo, can you give me the fucking news? Come on, newsboy. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Cynical posturing. TOMHOMAN gets a bag. And more. Get in now. Yeah, I mean, there's so much like international news as well. Obviously, Jolani, also known as Zelensky, Mr. Pragmatist, is here. And he is in the United States of America and he got a visa. So we got that. we got so much happening. You know, will the rapture take place tomorrow? Get in now. Oh my God, it's so fucking loud. I can't even hear myself think. Big anti-corruption protest in Pinoy lands as well. Eric moved to China. I know. He already told me that he was going to move to China, escaping the American century of humiliation by becoming a swagged out white boy, Chinese style. Ay, it's so fucking loud out there. Holy shit. Why don't you wear a headset? Because I don't like wearing a headset, and I don't think I want to wear a headset for 8 hours a day. Eric who? Hovagim. Eric Hovagim. My cam op in New York. My New York cam op is gone. HasanAbi head, who makes wonderful TikToks and YouTube videos. Your rapture coverage going viral. Christian Talk thinks the rapture is happening. Oh my God, we have to investigate.
When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't hold on to anything. I definitely don't recommend looking down. Just keep calm, take a deep breath, slowly release it, and keep your face looking upwards. And pray you're not on the toilet.
Hey, yo, she's joking, right? Like, she's not being serious.
People are going to check the 3 Ps immediately after you're gone. They're going to go through your pockets, your purse, and your phone.
Wait, what? So are your clothes left behind? How does that work? Do you get sucked up into the heavens naked? You go up naked? So you're going up, and while you're going up, you look to your left or your right, you see Barbara with her hanging out? That's crazy. Your shit's gonna get shriveled sideways on the way up. I'd be holding on like, no, don't look. It's different. It's so cold. There's a lot of air friction. That's the rapture trip tip I would give. Your shit's gonna be dangling. As soon as you feel the rapture happening, you need to give it a couple tugs. Or else when you get up there to the pearly gates, everyone's gonna look at you and be like, damn, dog. Immediately go spit in your hand and start giving it a couple quick tugs. It's okay. You're getting sucked up into the heavens anyway. What are they gonna decide mid rapture? Oh no, you masturbated? Like, nah, it's fine. At that point, you're already halfway up there, you know? Or even better, crack a blue chew. Always keep a pocket blue chew for when the rapture might happen. So you just get up there, and while you're up there, you just fucking rock hard. The aliens have the perfect opportunity to do something hilarious. It always fascinates me how every time the rapture doesn't happen, they just don't address it. So this is how I'm getting into heaven. I went down to the rapture talk rabbit hole. The whole mess is wild. I saw one where a boomer canceled his health insurance. Like, what? Bro, I'm telling you, the rapture talk stuff is so crazy, man. It is so nutty. The stuff that they are, we'll investigate a little bit further. Like, they think they're going to become closed. Like, they're going to get closed. You know, they just straight up think that. And I guess, like, when people say, oh, it's like 2012 all over again, but like, this is the most insane Americans have been. So it makes sense that you would see more and more people running around with the notion that they're actually running around with the idea that they're like turning into like, there's gonna be more rapture style conspiracies, I think, right? There has to be, because why wouldn't there be? People are insane, dude. People are fucking nuts. We are worse and more insane. Americans are more insane than we have been at any other point in time, I think. You keep joking and things always happen, so I'm going to need you to stop. Anyway, here's the blast off. Here's the blast off. I don't know if it's relevant to your interest, but the entirety of the Left Behind Rise of the Antichrist is on YouTube for free, and it stars the Hercules guy in the lead role. Kevin Sorbo, that's my goat. Please laugh at my becomes closed joke. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen to me. As me. Tomorrow. What is this? What are these panties? And you got a tail? (2012, 2009, 2015, 1994. I lost count. 2002. They thought Y2K was gonna. destroy time as well. Left this cat watching you. It's because I'm Turkish. Automatically, as a Turk, I'm friends to the cats. Okay? I might always talk about having beef with the cats and then, going back and forth on my beef with the cats. But ultimately, as a Turk, I exhibit the aura that cats fuck with. You know what I mean? It's just, that's what it is. Turkish people, specifically the Ummah, like Muslims love cats. They don't fuck with dogs at all. Okay? For those of you who don't know, Muslims don't fuck with dogs as much. They think dogs are like unclean. They actually don't think that dogs should ever be in the home and stuff. Like, they got a lot of like weird hang-ups about dogs. I mean, they have working dogs, right? At the farm and stuff like that. But they don't really fuck with dogs that much, but they love cats. If you go on like Muslim Talk, and this has existed for years and years, even before TikTok, like, your unks and your aunties are always sharing like videos of cats that step over the Quran. They don't touch the Quran because they respect it. There are famous cats in the Muslim world. Like there are a lot of, Sister Minnie. So, and obviously Turkey is the most like, Istanbul is cat paradise. I mean, there's an entire documentary designed around it too. Like there are hella cats all over the place in Istanbul, and I think cats just kind of respond to the vibes that I put out that way. Like I put out some positive vibes in general with cats, with respect to cats, and that's just what it is. She's probably not Muslim, but shout out Piari. Mashallah, Sister Minnie. Yeah. But I guess having beef with cats is the most cat-like quality that I have. All this rapture shit was started by South Africans as imperial revenge, and I've never been more patriotic. Yeah, please go to a cat cafe. Sure. One day. Inshallah, one day. All right. One of these years when the rapture hits, we're going to feel real stupid. Honestly, I don't think so. I already said this, but like, if it's win-win regardless, right? Like, if it happens, then, and it's actually the way that these guys have presented it, like some of the most annoying people are no longer going to be here with us. So in that sense, like I'm perfectly fine with it. So I don't really have an issue with this. You know what I mean? I don't really have an issue with like a lot of the like automatically so many people who believe that this is going to happen and it's imminent are so fucking annoying that like I'm fine with the O senin kahve geldi büyük ihtimalle. Like I don't really mind it, you know? It's kind of the same with like hell, right? On the one hand, you're like, "Oh man, that seems pretty terrible," but like all the cool people, technically, all the least godly people are some of the best people I know. Some of the people that like unironically do charity, direct action, these like these people who are socialist, communists, if they're all going to hell, then like I'm chill down there, you know what I mean? People that present themselves as the most godly figures, on the other hand, they're boring as hell. So who knows? Are you announcing you are pro autism or anti? I need to know. I'm agnostic on the autism stuff. Anyway, Donald Trump is going to be delivering a major announcement on autism. It's scheduled for 1 p.m. We're obviously going to be looking at that when that happens. But before we get to that, let's get started. Don't get it twisted. Rapture talk is something that we're going to be covering as well. But first and foremost, we're going to begin with conservative activist Charlie Kirk was remembered by thousands at the memorial service. And it started off as like a regular ass Christian memorial. It started off with like, talking about how godly Charlie Kirk was, how good of a Christian Charlie Kirk was. and how wonderful of a person Charlie Kirk was. Then they slammed a little bit of Christian rock in between. We didn't watch any of that stuff because that stuff is like really boring for me. And then very quickly, I think there was a pivot when Benny Johnson went on stage. And once Benny Johnson went on stage, it turned into a revenge tour. We're going to do revenge on them. Who is them? Anyone and everyone that's ever been like, I don't really fuck with Republican ideals, dog. That's it. That's basically what it is, okay? That is precisely what is going on here. They just turned this into a massive political rally to talk about how they're going to enact revenge on the enemies of the administration. The reality of the matter is, I don't think a lot of political normies who even found themselves on the conservative side think that this is appropriate. I'm gonna map out the average American's position for you, okay? Do you want to know what the popular position on this is? I know it sounds self-serving, but it's the position that I hold, which is no one should be killed for their political opinions, obviously, duh. Political violence is unacceptable, duh. And also, I don't really fuck with Charlie Kirk's political positions in general. I think those three things are literally like, if you want to understand what the average American's perspective is, it's that. I don't really know a lot about Charlie Kirk, but the things I've seen, I'm not too fond of. And also, I don't think he should have been killed. Okay? Anyway. But let's see how the media is covering it. And then I'll talk about how dangerous it is, in my opinion. The blanket idolatry that you are seeing, both from Fox News, which is expected, but also from regular mainstream news as well.
The news, though, the highly emotional and often spiritual memorial service for Charlie Kirk, the influential conservative activist and organizer, where tens of thousands of people packed into Arizona's NFL stadium yesterday for an event that had so many people, thousands more could not fit inside that giant arena. President Trump and members of his administration offered tributes to Kirk as a friend and also tributes as a political ally. And in one of the ceremony's most powerful moments, Kirk's widow said she forgives her husband's assassin. Chris Van Cleve was...
This was like a powerful moment, probably the most powerful moment, but then immediately it just got redirected back on this narcissistic vengeance quest that Donald Trump is on. Like, she went with the you know, I'm a Christian, and obviously as a Christian I believe in like redemption. I believe in, you know, forgiving everyone no matter how horrible their sin is. And then immediately Donald Trump came in and was like, fuck that. I hate everyone. I'm going to kill people. We got to deal with the left, the political left. Anyone that's ever said I am mean must go to prison. I do not care.
At the stadium.
I'm going to solve autism. Like, perfect opportunity for Trump to be Trump, you know, no matter what.
Was inside for this event, and this morning he is at the Phoenix headquarters of Kirk's political organization, Turning Point USA. Chris, good morning.
Well, good morning. Kirk could be a polarizing political figure, but most of the focus of his memorial was on his deep Christian beliefs, many of the speakers likening the service to a religious revival. In an emotional tribute Sunday, Erica Kirk spoke of the devout Christian values she shared with her late husband, Charlie, and offered these words to his assassin.
On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Now, the CEO of Turning Point USA, the conservative organization her husband founded, Kirk pledged to grow the movement and encouraged young people to step into their faith.
The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love and always love.
Moments later, President Trump, the event's headlining speaker, struck a different tone.
That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent.
The president spoke on a wide range of topics for more than 40 minutes and called Kirk's death
But she wants the death penalty, Lamau. What bullshit? No, actually, she gave an interview to the New York Times the day prior, and they straight up asked her, like, do you want the death penalty? And I'm pretty sure she said no. Like, I'm not saying this so you think that, like, so you love Erica Trump or something. Or Erica Trump, sorry, Erica Kirk or something. But she dead ass hit the Christian line bar for bar. Like, it was definitely surprising. Now, do I think it's because she is what do you call it? Like, do I think it's because, like, she, like, would she have the same attitude if it was like a trans shooter or whatever? I don't know. But this quote is quite something. Erica Kirk on whether she wants the death penalty for her husband's killer. She added, I've had so many people ask, do you feel anger towards this man? Like, do you want to seek the death penalty? I'll be honest. I told our lawyer I want the government to decide this. I do not want that man's blood on my ledger, because when I get to heaven and Jesus is like, an eye for an eye, is that how we do it? And that keeps me from being in heaven, from being with Charlie. I will say, well, look. You just got to take it. You just got to take whatever these guys present that is a little bit different and marginally off the trajectory that this ship is heading in. Okay, I'll take it. Anyone that at this moment says, like, hey, we shouldn't be focusing on revenge, we should be focusing on a mission of love or whatever, no matter how hollow, no matter how empty, I'll take it. Maybe some Christians heard that, you know? You see what I'm saying? Because, like, Donald Trump is the fucking Antichrist, okay? The way Donald Trump moves is straightforwardly, the way that Donald Trump moves straightforwardly is like the Antichrist, okay? He does not give a single shred of a damn about Charlie Kirk. He doesn't care about anybody else. He just wants vengeance. And it's not even vengeance towards those who have wronged the Charlie Kirk. They're just farming this. They're just farming Charlie Kirk's death to try to get as many people on board with what comes next. A political agenda that is objectively unpopular. A political agenda that is objectively unpopular by the right as well. Because targeting political dissidents has been a major fear of the right. I'm not talking about, like, the right in politics, the right in positions of power. I'm talking about, like, regular ass people who consider themselves to be conservative, who vote for the Republicans. Like, that is a real point of contention for a lot of people, and a lot of Americans, regardless of background, actually do love the First Amendment. Now, during the McCarthyism fears, there was obviously a political objective to destroy any sort of political organizing on the left, socialism, communism, the Red Scare, as you guys know. And there was a lot more appetite for this kind of authoritarian behavior from the government than I suspect there is right now. That's the difference. The difference is, if we're talking about, like, will they be able to garner enough? Will they be able to farm enough anger and resentment to get fully on board with this vengeance quest that they objectively throw aside, like, the First Amendment with no fears of repercussion that might come in their direction down the line? And I don't know. I don't think that that's the case. Because the enemy from within narratives don't necessarily work as well unless there is a clear-cut enemy externally. So the Red Scare worked when we were doing the Cold War against communism, against communist USSR. And do a lot of people hate China in America? Absolutely. But there isn't the same level of unconditional hatred for China and an ideological hatred for China as it existed, I think, against the USSR during the Cold War, during the peak of the Cold War. And therefore, punishing political dissidents in this country in this very moment, while the middle class is being shredded, while people are obviously experiencing a lot of economic hardship, is not going to be a super politically convenient move. Do you see what I mean? Whereas if there was a robust middle class with at least some labor protections and whatnot, and a sense of comfort and security, they would probably be more on board with these kinds of decisions from the government, especially as they are truly fearful of their beautiful way of life being taken away from communist elements from within that are getting foreign funding from the USSR, the ultimate enemy, the enemy that is the ideological core, the ideological heart of communism and socialism. Americans right now are suffering economically, and they don't have any sort of understanding that, like, the future is going to be bleak if other guys actually change the mindset of Americans in general. Like, if you were to ask Americans right now in this very moment, like, do you want to vote for a guy who's going to give you free healthcare? It would be massively, massively popular. Okay? You're like, if an uncle who yaps into the night got podcast equipment, thank you. I think there is a lot of discontent and there is a lot of fear. There's a lot of uncertainty in the hearts of many Americans. And I'm not so certain that the administration can successfully redirect that anger and animosity back to, left elements within American society. They're trying to do that with Charlie Kirk by memorializing Charlie Kirk as this beacon, as this vessel. But again, while he was known by many, especially older people, right? His opinions and his worldview wasn't necessarily so popular as this administration presents it, because this administration is not as popular as they want to be. So they're basically presenting a false narrative here by cynically weaponizing Charlie Kirk's assassination to make it seem as though their opinions are incredibly popular and everybody loves it. And it's just this like left narrative that wants violence and wants to kill people for being godlike, for being Christian-like. And that's simply what this is, for wanting to have a family, that kind of thing. As I've said time and time again, only weak administrations behave in this way to punish political dissidents. If you are strong, you would not feel the need to do things like this. So that's where we're at. And I'm not so certain that this like war on Christianity style narratives are going to be super successful in getting enough people on board with the persecution of leftist and liberal voices and leftist and liberal people alike. So yeah, let's continue.
Attack on the entire nation.
The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us.
Several members of the president's inner circle and cabinet spoke Sunday as an overflowing crowd packed State Farm Stadium, the largest venue in Arizona, to celebrate Kirk's life.
Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him.
The 31-year-old Kirk's rise to prominence was fueled in part by his debates with students on college campuses across the country. He became a mainstay on the campaign trail and galvanized young people to vote for President Trump.
You know, I watch Charlie Kirk's videos pretty much every day.
Once again, this narrative, as I went through it piece by piece, is also not correct. This narrative is incorrect. This is a false reality that mainstream media is presenting. The evidence actually backs up the opposite of this. Okay. And this is something that I already mentioned. The notion that like Charlie Kirk was anything beyond a nominal figure in this, massive swing of the Gen Z vote in the direction of Donald Trump was already one that I was scrutinizing, was skeptical of. But it turns out there are more polls that came out after his demise that show that he actually did not have a major impact whatsoever. He did not have a big impact on this at all. Now, the reason why I say this is because, one, the initial reason as to why I said that this was not like, this was a consequence of systemic factors was because the Gen Z vote has already swung back in the opposite direction. The Gen Z approval has swung against Trump pretty aggressively over the course of the past 8 months. Okay? And Charlie Kirk was still very much in operation during that time. And yet he was unable to keep the base of support on Gen Z support for Donald Trump. Okay? But outside of the polls that we have consistently looked at, the new polls that came out specifically around Charlie Kirk show that many people know who Charlie Kirk is, especially on college campuses. 90% have heard of Charlie Kirk, but 70% don't agree with his worldview. And it's more so just the older population, 45 plus, and especially 65 plus, that actually like Charlie Kirk's worldview, and it makes sense. Of course, it makes sense. These are very conservative values. There's a lot of Gen Z that are going to take issue with this because they were born into a very different. They were born into a very different reality. Hasan, you help legitimize people like Charlie Kirk. What is this? Chinese state capitalism has overtaken Western capitalism. That's what this is really about. The U.S. is desperate to change the rules. Whitewashing Charlie Kirk is going to be difficult when his racism, misogyny, and bigotry is online for the world to see. Hasan, you help legitimize people like Charlie Kirk. Stop it. Yes, I did famously. No, you're absolutely correct. Debating fascism is great. No, you're right. The president didn't legitimize Charlie Kirk. It was actually your favorite Twitch streamer that did this. Yeah. No, this makes a total sense, actually. You are the smartest leftist and the most woke, I think. This is just a different version of saying, why are you platforming Donald Trump? You did play a part. Damn, don't be sensitive. I'm not being sensitive at all. I just think you're fucking stupid. I think you're mistaking me making fun of you for some kind of sensitivity because you think you got me. No, I just think you're dumb. This is a dumb take to have. There are better people that you can present as me actually platforming them, even if it's by accident. Charlie Kirk is not one of those people because his platform grew completely outside of my his platform grew completely outside of my control. Like, it's ridiculous. Okay. All right. Well. As far as platforming people goes, I think you guys know my assessment on this. Once a figure is no longer just like a irrelevant figure on the sidelines, no matter how ridiculous their ideas are, if their ideas have become normal, if their ideas are becoming normalized, there is use in tackling those ideas directly. Okay? Didn't Charlie Kirk blow up well before you as well? No, we blew up at the same time, but he blew up to a completely different proportion in comparison to my career. A better example of this is Nick Fuentes. Under no circumstances is it worthwhile to debate a Nazi. Debating a Nazi is like debating a flat earther. You have to learn all of the insane conspiracies that they believe to be adept at tackling said misinformation. And also, in most circumstances, the goal is not to arrive at a truth for the Nazi. The goal for the Nazi is to specifically have a microphone, a platform. so that people hear them trolling, right? And while that is the case for someone like Nick Fuentes in the past, when he has no platform whatsoever, I think it's like completely irresponsible to offer them any fucking any microphone whatsoever. Okay. Once it gets to a point where that is the normal attitude, that is becoming, when he becomes like a mainstream household name, then you have to tackle it. That's it. This is why I was very, very aggressively criticizing Sex Pestiny for straightforwardly giving Nick Fuentes a platform when he was completely irrelevant. Okay? It was one of my biggest mistakes as well. Didn't you debate Fuentes in 2019? Exactly. No, I did. I did. And it was a last second switch up, and I did not like that at all. It was way back in the day. And I think that played some role. This is something that I'm, something that I've talked about quite a bit. It's a mistake. So, also watching and deconstructing their arguments is literally the only way to move the compass in the other direction for some people. Yes. Luckily, it actually didn't, elevate his platform or status at all, especially because back then I didn't have a major platform myself. But these last 2 years have been a very different ball game, right? Yeah, my reach in 2019 is not even remotely comparable to my reach now. So, anyway. Let's get back to the Trump or the Charlie Kirk Memorial.
Brittany Hegberg traveled to the memorial from Minnesota.
I thought that he really stood up for what he believed in, and I really admired that a lot, and I think the world needs more of that.
Kirk's positions were not without controversy, but his death sparked widespread outrage and heartbreak, and his allies said Sunday it had immortalized him.
You have no idea the dragon you have.
This, by the way, this speech, verbatim, from what I understand, it sounded really strange, and I covered it at the time in real time. It sounded weird. It sounded kind of like a Nazi speech. From what I understand, it quite literally was a translated speech from Goebbels. Like, different aspects of the speech were damn near identical to both Japanese fascist speeches and also Goebbels talking about Horst Wessel as well, which I'm going to cover. But the storm is coming. Yeah, here's a side-by-side. There's we'll obviously look at this as well. I hope they lean into wicked and wickedness. It's literally part 2 of the Wicked movie showcases terms. What? Wicked and wickedness. This accurate, near verbatim translation of key passages from Joseph Goebbels' speech titled "The Storm is Coming," original German, Der Sturm bricht los, delivered on July 9th in 1932 in Berlin. This was a campaign rally speech in the lead up to the July 31st, 1932 Reichstag elections, where Nazi Party achieved its peak pre-1933 electoral success. Goebbels, then the Nazi Gauleiter of Berlin, used the speech to rally supporters by invoking the martyrdom of Horst Wessel, a young Nazi stormtrooper killed in 1930, later mythologized in Nazi propaganda as the author of their anthem, "The Horst Wessel Lied." Wake up, America, this user says. I brought up the Horst Wessel comparison the first day, and it is very clear that, like, Stephen Miller is very familiar with this. Horst Wessel Lied. He looks exactly like Goebbels. I'm uncomfortable. What? Stephen Miller, who is genetically reincarnated Joseph Goebbels, will be speaking at Donald Trump's rally in Madison Square Garden. Can't imagine an uglier stain on U.S. history. Let it be the Nazis' last gurgling gasp. Yeah, that didn't happen. Oh my God, he does look like, oh my God, what the fuck? Stephen Miller is also Jewish, by the way, for those of you who don't know. Obviously, that hasn't stopped him from leaning into this Nazi shit, though. Let's be real. But I guess it's a sign of the times that American fascism is more diverse than previous versions of fascism, and a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people have a hard time coming to terms with that. I mean, he has been quoting prominent Nazis for quite a while now, but this one was pretty. This one was like pretty. The comparison is just, it's no longer a dog whistle. It's more so a fucking bullhorn.
Awakened, you have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
So let's start off right there. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, I briefly covered the Horst Wessel comparison in the past, like in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, saying how I was worried that the Republican Party would basically use this as an opportunity in the same way that the Nazi Party did, memorializing Horst Wessel to basically memorializing Horst Wessel to be like a rallying cry to attack the communists and the leftists and the enemies, right? Because Horst Wessel was a stormtrooper that was killed in his home by two, I believe, Jewish communists, as a matter of fact. They walked up to his house and they shot him dead, okay? He was a Nazi Party member. He joined the SA. In May 1926, the Viking League and the Olympia Association were banned in Prussia when it was discovered they were planning a coup against the government. Realizing the League would not achieve its self-defined mission and was moving in the direction of tolerating the parliamentary political system, Wessel resigned from it on the 23rd of November 1926 at age 19. On the 7th of December, he joined the paramilitary, the Storm Detachment, Sturmabteilung, I'm butchering all that, Storm Detachment, or SA, of Adolf Hitler's National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, or the Nazi Party. He later commented that over 2/3 of his colleagues from the Viking League had already joined the SA and the Nazi Party. Part of the attraction of the NSDAP to Wessel was Joseph Goebbels, the party's newly appointed regional leader, Gauleiter of Berlin, about whom he would later say, there was nothing Goebbels couldn't handle. The party comrades clung to him with great devotion. The SA would itself be cut to pieces for him. Goebbels, he was like Hitler himself. Goebbels, he was our Goebbels. So like this is Horst Wessel talking about Goebbels and why he joined the SA, okay? The Storm Detachment of Hitler's National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, or also known as the Nazi Party. So, basically, as far as activities goes, in August 1927, Wessel traveled in a group of 50 SA men to the Nazi Party rally in Nuremberg, which he described as flags, enthusiasm, Hitler, all of Nuremberg, a brown army camp. It made an enormous impression. Wessel was with other Berlin-based Nazis making up a group of 400 led by Goebbels. At the time, the SA was banned in Berlin. When they returned, they were arrested. Wessel soon impressed Goebbels. In January 1928, a period in which the Berlin city authorities had banned the SA in an effort to curb political street violence, Wessel was sent to Vienna to study the National Socialist Youth Group and the organizational and tactical methods of the Nazi Party there. In July 1928, he returned to Berlin to recruit local youths and was involved in helping implement a reorganization of the NSDAP in Berlin into a cell structure similar to that used by the German Communist Party, the KPD. Wessel did this despite SA rules forbidding its members from working for the party. Wessel became the street cell leader of the Alexanderplatz Storm section of the SA. In May, he was appointed a district leader of the SA by Friedrich Schein, where he lived. So basically, he was as far as like the local militancy goes, he was a formative part of the stormtroopers at the time. Okay. The reason why all of this stuff is important is because it builds up to why he was assassinated. And at around 10 p.m. on 14th of January, 1930, Höhler and Erwin Ruckert, another member of the KPD, knocked on the door of the room where Wessel and Jannica lived. Jannica was, I believe, a prostitute who was, or a former prostitute who became his lover, Horst Wessel's lover. While the remainder of the gang of at least a dozen men waited on the street outside. When Wessel, who was expecting a visit from the leader of another SA Strum group, opened the door, he was almost immediately shot at point blank range. Okay? Although it was later claimed that Wessel had attempted to draw a gun and so had been shot in self-defense, this was denied by eyewitnesses who said that he had been given no time to react. The attacker searched the room, removed a pistol from the wardrobe and a rubber truncheon, and fled the scene, returning to the rest of the men in the street. The entire group then returned to their usual nighttime activities. Even as Wessel was lying seriously wounded in a hospital, Goebbels was already releasing reports asserting that those who had carried out the attack were degenerate communist subhumans. Before they had actually figured out who was responsible for the assassination of Horst Wessel, Goebbels, the propaganda minister, immediately decided to lay the blame, and this time it was correct, on the KPD. Okay? Wessel received medical attention and recovered somewhat, but eventually died in the hospital on the 23rd of February from sepsis contracted in the hospital. Following his death, the National Socialists and the Communists offered different accounts of the events. The police, led by Chief Inspector Teichmann, and several courts determined that both political and private reasons had led to Wessel's assassination. By the 17th of January 1930, the police had announced that Höhler, whom Jannica had identified as the gunman, was their prime suspects. Here it is. Albrecht Höhler, the man arrested and was later killed for Wessel's murder, wearing the new suit given to him by the Communist Party. Okay? It was then reported by a non-Nazi and non-communist newspaper that Jannica had known Höhler prior to the murder because Wessel had used her to spy on those of her former clients who were communists. The communists claimed that Höhler had been Jannica's pimp until Wessel stole her from him, and that this was the motive behind the shooting. Jannica denied these stories, saying that she had never been a spy for Wessel and that she knew Höhler only as an acquaintance from the streets. The police and courts believed her, and Höhler was quickly arrested. After a trial, he was sentenced to 6 years imprisonment for the shooting. The light sentence was a result of the court's finding of extenuating circumstances. 7 accomplices were found guilty and sentenced to jail. But this is not the main story. The main story here was how Goebbels actually, in the past, had looked to high-profile assassinations of Nazi Party members as a way to memorialize these people and deify these figures, and also use it as an opportunity to talk about the violence that was coming from the degenerate communists and the Jews. Okay? Here it is, as the Wikipedia article also correctly points to. Goebbels had been looking for someone to turn into a martyr for the Nazi cause. His first attempt was Albert Leo Schlager, a Freikorps member and a saboteur who was caught attempting to blow up a train in the Ruhr region, which was occupied by French troops in retaliation for Germany's not adhering to its schedule of reparation payments. Schlager was executed by the French, and his grave later became a Nazi shrine. There were also 16 Nazis who had died during the beer hall push, who were honored with a public ceremony every year on the anniversary of the push. A memorial which passers-by had to salute was built for them in Munich. Okay, with 2 other party members who headed the list that the party later made of those members of the movement who have been murdered. Goebbels did not even make an effort to martyr them. Goebbels saw in Wessel's shooting the possibility of a propaganda bonanza. He eulogized Wessel in his newspaper, Der Angriff, in overtly Christian tones. A Christian socialist, a man who calls out through his deeds, "Come to me, I shall redeem you." A divine element works in him, making him the man he is and causing him to act in this way and no other. One must set an example and offer himself up as a sacrifice. Well, then I am ready. Goebbels' plan was to turn Vessel's funeral into a mass demonstration full of speeches and processions of SA men in uniform, but he could not get the necessary police permits to do so, even after Vessel's sister requested President Paul von Hindenburg to relent. Wessel was buried in Berlin on the 1st of March 1930. Contrary to Nazi claims, there were no attacks on the funeral procession, even though they claimed that there were, which Goebbels claimed was watched by 30,000 people. The funeral was filmed and turned into a major propaganda event by the Nazi Party. Wessel was elevated by Goebbels' propaganda apparatus to the status of a leading martyr of the Nazi movement. Many of Goebbels' most effective propaganda speeches were made at grave sites, but Wessel received unusual attention among the many unremembered storm troopers. In an editorial in the People's Observer, Alfred Rosenberg wrote that Wessel was not dead, but had joined a combat group that still struggled alongside them. Afterward, Nazis spoke of how a man who died in conflict had joined Horst Wessel's combat group or had been summoned to Horst Wessel's standard. The Prussian police had outlawed public gatherings and the display of swastikas at the funeral procession, with the exception of a few Nazi Party vehicles. Wessel's coffin was paraded through large parts of the center of Berlin in a procession lasting many hours. As the coffin reached Billowplatz, now also known as the Rosa Luxemburg Platz, shouts out the Rosa, communist hecklers began singing the Internationale in an attempt to disrupt the event. The police were unable to prevent abusive shouts and at some point flying rocks. No major clashes had occurred, although some had written "To Wessel the Pimp, a last Heil Hitler" in white paint on the cemetery wall. In attendance at Wessel's funeral were Goebbels, who delivered the eulogy. I'm going to now look at the eulogy that Goebbels delivered at Horst Wessel's funeral proceedings. Okay? The reason why I'm saying that, the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because Stephen Miller's sentiment expressed is damn near identical to what Goebbels had said and what he chose to do with the memorialization of Horst Wessel. You're really bad at German? Sorry, brother. I don't care. I am trying to basically fucking describe to you the events as quickly as possible, giving you a brief history lesson about Nazis' rise to power, and then making a comparison to modern times and how it's being utilized in a similar fashion. Please, Jesus Christ, stop hyper-focusing on this. If there is a documentary or of some sort that you guys could actually show me, that could be, interesting. That could be something that I would love to see. There is one that's like a short story, obviously, about the Horst Wessel
or Raise the Flag is the national anthem of the Nazi Party from 1930 to 1945. The song is named after a member of the Sturmabteilung, Horst Wessel, who was killed in 1930. The lyrics of Horst Wessel Lied were written in 1929 by Sturmführer Horst Wessel, the commander of the Nazi paramilitary force, known as the Brownshirts or Sturmabteilung in the Friedrichshain district of Berlin. Wessel intentionally mimicked the military style of the Communist Red Front Fighters League in creating songs for the Sturmabteilung, hoping to provoke attacks on the SA forces while boosting the morale of SA members. Horst Wessel was the son of a pastor and had a university education, but worked as a construction worker. In addition to leading Sturm 5, Wessel had a passion for music and even formed a brass ensemble to provide uplifting music for his subordinates. Wessel gained popularity when he led the SA attack on Fischkirch, a poor district in Berlin, on the orders of Joseph Goebbels. In truth, these attacks were just minor altercations, but one attack took place outside the tavern that the local
I can't stand you motherfuckers sometimes. This is sometimes. Okay? I can't stand you. I'm serious. Please stop, chat. Y'all are so fucking annoying, dude.
Wait.
Jesus Christ. Lord have mercy. You are fucking relentless, dude. Just fucking lock in, brother. What happened? Look at the chat. Everyone's like, this video sucks dick. It's AI. It's bot slop. Don't do it. Blah, blah, blah. Who gives a fuck? It's a 5-minute video. Shut the fuck up.
Communist Party used as its headquarters. As a result of the turmoil, 5 communists were injured, and 4 of them seriously. Communist newspapers accused the police of allowing Nazis to escape while capturing injured communists, while Nazi newspapers claimed that Wessel was attempting to give a speech when communists appeared and initiated the fight. Following the incident, posters featuring Wessel's face and address appeared in the streets, with the slogan, "Attack the fascists wherever you encounter them." Wessel's tragic story began in 1929, when he fell in love with Erna Jenick, a Berlin prostitute. They lived together in a room on Karl Marx Allee, but the landlady, Elizabeth Somm, disapproved of having a prostitute on her property. After a few months, a dispute arose between Somm and Wessel regarding unpaid rent. Somm asked the Wessel couple to leave, but Jenick refused. Subsequently, Somm sought the assistance of the Red Front Fighters League to harass and evict them. On January 14, 1930, Wessel was shot and severely injured by 2 members of the Communist Party. Wessel underwent surgery at St. Joseph's Hospital, which stopped his internal bleeding, but surgeons could not remove the bullet lodged in his cerebellum. As a result of the incident, Wessel died in the hospital on February 23 due to blood poisoning that he had contracted during his hospitalization. As a cunning opportunist, Goebbels organized Wessel's departure in order to gain as much benefit as possible for the Nazi cause. Since early on, Joseph Goebbels had attempted several times to create Nazi martyrs for propaganda purposes. With Wessel's death, Goebbels made significant efforts to mythologize Wessel's story, even as the man lay dying. Goebbels went so far as to meet with Wessel's mother and recount her son's life story. He viewed Wessel as an idealistic dreamer. In his notes, Goebbels described Wessel's entire face being shot, claiming that Wessel said to him, "We must continue to advance. I am happy." Goebbels consulted with Hermann Göring and others in the party on how to respond to Wessel's death. In response to Wessel's departure, they declared a mourning period until March 12, during which party members and SA would refrain from entertainment, and Wessel's name would be mentioned in all party meetings. However, Goebbels' most strategic propaganda tactic occurred long after Wessel's death. At that time, he discovered Wessel's song lyrics and transformed the lively march into the Horst Wessel Lied. The lyrics condemned both the communist and conservative movements. Shortly thereafter, Goebbels promoted the establishment of Horst Wessel Lied and Deutschlandlied as the German national anthems. Hitler and the Third Reich leadership enacted laws in May 1933 that designated Deutschlandlied and Horst Wessel Lied as Germany's twin national songs. The following year, a rule required that the right arm be extended and raised in the Hitler salute when the first and fourth verses were sung. Some Nazi members were highly sensitive to the use of the Horst Wessel Lied. One Nazi youth even stated that it was not the type of music to be played for mixed gatherings, and in a flippant manner. The song was also played in some Protestant places of worship, because certain elements of the Protestant Church in Germany had embraced the cult of Horst Wessel, constructed by Goebbels with a model resembling past Christian martyrs.
This part is also important because it wasn't just that like Goebbels saw this as a unique opportunity to also farm the Christian elements as aggressively as possible. Okay? And Goebbels was not able to Goebbels was not able to persuade Hitler to attend Wessel's funeral. Hitler did, however, speak at Wessel's grave 3 years after his death on the 22nd of January, 1933, for the dedication of a memorial. The memorial, which was cubic in design, had a metal-leaning flag and a wreath on top. It featured Horst's name on the front and on the back, and the names of his father Ludwig and his brother Werner. Hitler called Wessel a blood witness whose song had become a battle hymn for millions. He said that Wessel's sacrifice of his life was a monument more lasting than stone and bronze. So It took years for this propaganda apparatus to basically memorialize Horst Wessel, but unlike the other people that Goebbels tried to turn into martyrs for the Nazi cause, this one actually stuck. Of course, we are achieving this in record time in this day and age because the information landscape is different. And I briefly alluded to this, my worries, my fears that this is what the administration will do about Charlie Kirk. And it didn't take a week for them to do exactly that. And not only was it, the Stephen Miller speech basically makes this undeniable. Okay? Donald Trump's utilization of the Charlie Kirk Memorial to talk about how Charlie's last words to him were fix Chicago by sending the stormtroopers, sending the military to Chicago, things of that nature. Everyone is basically talking about, Charlie would have wanted this, Charlie would have wanted that, over and over and over again. Okay? Stop sending me the George Carlin clip. Fascists in the 1930s had this central trauma of seeing their friends blown apart in front of them for nothing, and their identities were warped by World War I. And this guy's dad's real estate business took a shit in the 90s, and he had to go to school with kids who weren't white. That's how he became a fascist. I guess his version of the storm of steel is when his dad had to sell his house and buy a smaller one south of the I-10 in 1998. But the similarities... What? Needing training wheels on your cross is the perfect metaphor for the kind of performative Christianity on the right? Yeah. Did I miss the autism announcement just got here? No. It hasn't happened yet. You made Charlie millions by correctly ridiculing his pitiful salary in his early TP days. Candace was his bestie, but neither of you were invited to the memorial service. Why? I made him millions. What? No, I didn't. Also, why the fuck would I be invited? Are you crazy? Candace Owens, on the other hand, very clearly was not invited because she quickly turned around and was like, this is Israel. Israel did this. Anyway. Now let's look at the key components of the speech and the similarities between what Goebbels had talked about in his "The Storm is Coming" speech versus what Stephen Miller said. So it starts off with, so our dead comrade Horst Wessel wrote, and we are fulfilling his prophecy. The others may lie, slander, and pour their scorn on us. Their political days are numbered. Stephen Miller said, the day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears had been turned into fire in our hearts, and that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. They promised you, workers, citizens, and creative Germans, a Reich of freedom and beauty and dignity. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. People rise up and storm, break loose. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength, and the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. You are the witnesses, the builders, the will bearers of our idea and our worldview. These aren't like... You are the witnesses, the builders, the will bearers of our ideas and our worldview. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to the Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Well, we the people have awakened. We have risen against oppression. 15 million people have joined an army of revenge. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. You, men, women, and comrades, are the bearers, witnesses, builders, and finishers of this unique people's uprising. We have served the truth and only the truth. For 12 years, they have insulted and outlawed and slandered and persecuted us. We will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. not gonna lie, these things are nothing alike. It's because the entire speech is a combination. This entire speech from Stephen Miller is a fucking combination of numerous different Nazi speeches, some of which directly comes from the memorialization of Horst Wessel, but many others directly from, even down to like building the legacy. Our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Of course, no fucking Nazi is going to talk about Philadelphia in their speeches, but it's basically just like taking a lot of Nazi sentiment, talking about lineage, talking about how like white people and white people's mythology is what is at stake here, which was the exact fear that Nazis tried to instill in their folk, right? I don't understand the Philly inclusion. What do you mean? He's like tying America to the fucking Fourth Reich by saying this is a continuation of whiteness, which is ironic because obviously Rome was not a fucking continuation of whiteness anyway, but it didn't stop people from LARPing as though they were Roman, even though Romans themselves were brown as fuck and gay as fuck too. One of the most diverse empires of all time, led by the brownest motherfuckers you've ever seen. It basically ties Greek mythology and Roman mythology back to Western superior, a continuation of like the superior Western mythos. Maybe he means Philadelphia and not in America, but I think he's talking. I think he's talking about Philadelphia as the ancient Byzantine city in Jordan. I think he's using that as a double entendre. I thought, at most. Philadelphia was a Greek city that was in Turkey. It was where we stole the name. I think he's tying it back to the founding fathers, man. I think that's what he's doing. He's saying that the United States is our founding fathers is a continuation of like the preserving force of Western civilization and whiteness. Okay. Anyway. Regardless, if you look at his his attitude here, when he he talks about lineage, he talks about how they are the storm, he talks about vowing revenge for Charlie Kirk, and how similar this speech is to. And how similar the attempts are to what Goebbels did in the aftermath of Horst Wessel's assassination. Like, it's not, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's a not even a dog whistle at that point. I think it's just a bullhorn. It's obviously a like from different parts as well. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. America is the storm. We are the storm. Now people rise up and storm. Break loose, says Goebbels in his total war speech in 1942. Hitler's first speech as chancellor. Our lineage and legacy hails back to the Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. We will defend the civilization to save the West. The richest and most beautiful areas of the world civilization would be transformed into chaos and a heap of ruins, a 2,000-year-old inheritance of the highest works of human culture and civilization. Hitler's first speech as chancellor in 1933. You have nothing, you are nothing, you can build nothing, you can produce nothing, you can create nothing. He possesses nothing of his own creation to which he can point. Everything that he has is stolen. Hitler on the Jews, Munich 1922. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk. You have made him immortal. Who live for the task, who live for that task, and who die for it, later be not only the martyrs of their struggle, but also the seed from which the subsequent harvest would come. Hitler at Horst Wessel's memorial post-assassination. There are even better, I think there are even better speeches that you can link to than this as well. I don't know, bro. Seems like a reach. I mean, you don't even need to point back to the Nazis to show the similarities here. You can quite literally just present it as is. The preservation of Western civilization, about how this notion of like legacy Americans are actually upholding Western civilization and combating it from enemies from within, is identical to the Nazis, and it's just a falsehood on its face regardless. America is the way it is because it is a multifaceted and diverse country. That is one of the most redeemable factors of the United States of America. Okay? That's it. You don't have to directly point it back to the Nazis, even though these guys are basically not really sheltering people about these comparisons. The themes are identical, especially because the ambitions are identical. The ambitions are identical. And in this circumstance, it's almost a one-to-one immortalization and deification taking place. It's the identical template because the worldview is identical. I don't know how you can look at the fucking situation in hand and assume that this is like in any way, shape, or form a fucking reach when you got people openly saying that they're Nazis at this point. You know? But this was before the Reichstag elections when The Storm is Coming was the name of this very famous speech by Goebbels. And in this speech, he talks a lot about when he's like rallying. There's a rallying cry for Nuremberg, but there are mentions of rising up and storming and breaking loose. Okay. The preservation of Western civilization, and also the immortalization of their dead comrade Horst Wessel, and following his lead. Okay, like that's what I mean. Like it's just identical. So our dead comrade Horst Wessel wrote, "We are fulfilling his prophecy. The others may lie, slander, and pour their scorn on us. Their political days are numbered." Adolf Hitler is knocking at the gates of power. I mean, this is obviously a different circumstance because he's like post Trump's rise to power anyway. But there is also one of my favorite versions of propaganda that has existed in all different times and all different places, which is the party hacks of the Socialist Party are suddenly remembering the people. For a decade, the illustrated magazines pictured them only in frock coats and cylinder hats at tables filled with oysters and champagne bottles. Socialists are champagne socialists. They do not care about the working class. We, on the other hand, do. Now they wear workers' caps and fill their newspapers with urgings like, "People, wake up." Well, we the people have awakened. We have risen against oppression. 15 million people have joined an army of revenge. They who accepted their nice suits from the Skralics, Jewish brothers involved in a major Berlin financial scandal, can hardly imagine that an honest German worker will spend his starvation wages for a decent brown shirt. They who have grown fat on caviar, who are paid 7 or 80 or 100,000 marks a year, who have spread the stink of unprecedented corruption all over all of Germany. They want to pretend they are the opposition. To the barricades, they cry. The Nazis who aligned themselves with capital and convinced those within the corporate structure that they would be the ones who actually preserve the capitalist hierarchy by force are also in the lead up, in the build up to their rise in power, in an effort to galvanize as large of a population as they possibly can, presented themselves as being pro-worker, left populist. This is something that I have pointed to over and over again. The Tucker Carlson method, if you will. The notion that they are the real defenders of the working class, that there is some honor in an honest day of work, that their enemies are actually out of touch and elitist, and the socialists are not really invested in fighting for workers whatsoever, that they're all a part of this like elite society. This speech isn't a one-to-one plagiarism, but it uses the same propaganda framework and devices, and they're doing clear dog whistles and call-outs in the inspiration. Yes. This is the turning point. Big Hitler vibes here. I mean, yeah. And you are witnesses of this Germany. You people have affirmed this Germany. And we people speak in your name. We, the leaders of this excitement movement of the millions, we come for you, the people. This is a warning sign through and through that this is a weaponization and will be used. Obviously, it's not going to be a one-to-one. There are going to be differences, right? But the reality of the matter is, adjusted to this current time, adjusted to American culture, this is as close to a plagiarized speech as you are going to get. It's that simple.
When I see Erica and her strength and her courage,
I gotta pee.
I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to...
Norm Finkelstein said that American fascism can't happen because there's no left opposition, but Norm didn't consider that the current fascist movement can just manufacture the opposition and on the minds of their followers, conservative mass psychosis. I think Norm has gone back on that anyway. I think not only can they design an enemy from within, I don't know to what degree of success they can actually achieve this. Because when I first saw the speech yesterday, I said, this is the type of like nerdy Nazi shit that I don't think Americans respond to super positively because they're too self-involved and too self-invested. Like, fascism requires militant organizing, okay? Diligent organizing. It requires a level of discipline that many Americans simply do not have. It requires an ideological investment that many Americans simply do not have, because the time frame that Americans currently exist in is one of complete capitalist domination. Capitalism has designed a system that has made people servile. Capitalism has designed a system that makes people feel comfortable even when they are experiencing discomfort. And therefore, people are too invested in their treats and too invested in their own societal obligations, their work requirements to actually get together and engage in any sort of collective action, whether it be in the wrong direction, whether it be in the violent direction, such as fascism, or whether it be in the right direction, such as socialism. So the very same exceptionalist and individualistic forces that have captured the attention of every Americans, that has played a formative role in destroying labor organizing and labor militancy in this country, with much success also due to systemic factors, of course, due to oppression and suppression historically. But those very same individualistic, idealistic notions are also, I think, disrupting any sort of fascist organizing. Poopy Pee-Pee Man came back and said, you talk about capitalism literally every day, bruh. Give it a break. Poopy Pee-Pee Man, how could you do this to us? You are some of our best. Okay, you represent the best and the brightest of this community, Poopy Pee-Pee Man. The fact that you could come in here and say, give it a rest, bruh. You talk about capitalism every day. It really hurts my soul to see such an important figure of this community come out like this. A real shame. We have fallen. We have fallen, ladies and gentlemen. This is a deep betrayal from Poopy Pee-Pee Man, who in the past we have described as a pillar of this community. I am disappointed. They got to Poopy Pee-Pee Man. If you cannot trust Poopy Pee-Pee Man to be your comrade, to be your ally in your time of need, who can you really trust? Shame. Shame on all of us, and shame on myself first and foremost for letting it get to this level. Let's continue.
Finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us, you cannot slow us, you cannot stop us, you cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing. Nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give. You have nothing.
So the question that was on my mind at least is, who's this motherfucker talking to? Right? Who's he talking to? Because this was, especially after Benny Johnson spoke and like Jack Posobiec, who's also a fucking white supremacist, spoke, like the speeches shifted to attacking the enemy, right? Attacking the enemy over and over again. We have non-believers. We have enemies amongst us. They are responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. They celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. They want to kill all of you in the same vein that they killed Charlie Kirk. Like, they just kept repeating this position over and over again. And as I've described already, the normie position on this is basically either not knowing who Charlie was prior, or at least being kind of aware of what he represented, and roundly criticizing political violence and this assassination, of course, while also simultaneously admitting that those who at least knew his worldview were not totally on board with it. And it makes sense, because a lot of people are not totally on board with this administration either. And Charlie Kirk was a shrewd and cunning political operative for Donald Trump. So the way that the population feels about Donald Trump and the things that he has done so far, that's the way they felt about Charlie Kirk's worldview as well. And it's not like Donald Trump is this incredibly popular political figure. And what? Grindr outages reported in the last 24 hours. I don't know if this is real or not. I've been seeing this a lot. I mean, I suspected that this would happen. It does not shock me even a little bit. So, while there is no, with the exception of like, I don't know, people on TikTok or whatever, there is no like official party apparatus on the left or on the liberal side that said, this is awesome, this is wonderful, we want more of this or anything. That hasn't stopped these dipshits from laying the blame squarely on the left and claiming that it is actually the left that killed Charlie Kirk. And when they say the left, they don't just mean like people like myself. They don't mean people like the members of this community. They don't mean like DSA, PSL, and the like. They mean every single person that has looked to this administration's mass deportation initiatives, for example, and said, that sounds a little fascist, man. I don't like that. And when you look at the actual polling on this, you realize that that is actually the majority position. So what they're talking about is that the majority of the American public is actually an enemy that that was excited at the prospect of killing Charlie Kirk, with, of course, a false presentation of Charlie Kirk's worldview and a false presentation of what Charlie Kirk was doing to begin with. Talking about, you know, how he was the champion of discourse, talking about how he wasn't simply cutting SJW-owned compilations, but instead trying to do free speech and free discourse and back and forth to arrive at the truth. And people didn't like that his arguments were so powerful, they ended up killing him. That is the way they're designing this, okay? That is the way that they're designing this. I am not so certain that this will be successful in terms of galvanizing the public for what comes next and giving them enough appetite for this administration to basically turn around and punish all of the political dissidents. I hope you get banned, says Shosh 24/7. You know, with the exception of a couple of people like this who are extremely brain poisoned online, I am not so certain that normies will be on board with this kind of thing. Now, of course, this is also this propaganda has also been regurgitated by liberal outlets as well, whether they are afraid of Donald Trump coming down on them aggressively, whether it's coming from a place of fear or coming from a place of acceptance and compliance. It does not matter. They have also played a formative role in trying to design Charlie Kirk as a martyr of free speech. I think this is damaging, and I think this is, while I still think that it won't achieve the success that his administration wants due to the factors that I mentioned about like American individualism and whatnot, it's not stopping them from attempting.
Nothing to offer, you have nothing to share but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation, and we will defend this world. We will defend goodness, we will defend light, we will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us, you cannot frighten us, you cannot threaten us. Because we are on the side of goodness, we are on the side of God.
Sanders with PBS NewsHour. I just wanted to follow up quickly on something that the president had said yesterday. So we heard from Erica Kirk. She said she forgives the man who shot and killed her husband. And then right after that, we heard from the president who said, I hate my opponent and I don't want the best for them. How does that square with bringing down the temperature of political violence in this country? And then, if I could, I had a follow-up on Venezuela, too.
Look, the president is authentically himself. I think that's why millions of Americans across the country love him.
This is a good take as well. Today, the enemy is whoever didn't sufficiently mourn Charlie's death. Tomorrow, it's whoever they choose to blame for the divide, with people like Kimmel being a test run for broader censorship to come, just like the Germans did in 1933. Exactly. This is why I pushed back on this. I'm not a major fan of Jimmy Kimmel. I don't care about Jimmy Kimmel whatsoever. But I understand that the reason why they're going after Jimmy Kimmel is because the administration doesn't like any sort of pushback. The administration doesn't like feeling small. They don't like, they don't personally appreciate any kind of like belittling because they're weak and they know they're weak. This is precisely the reason why they went after someone like Jimmy Kimmel. Partially because of their incompetence. They didn't like, they bit off more than they could chew. They went after like a high prestige liberal individual in a moment where he had not said anything even remotely inappropriate. And they did that. And of course, there was a lot of pushback. And it's especially fucked up because it directly goes against one of the most important principles that they were tasked with defending, which is comedy is legal now, freedom of speech. Like, these are the things that they presented themselves as defending. You can't turn around and say, we are going to kill cancel culture. A vote for us means a vote against cancel culture. A vote for us means a vote against woke, and then behave like woke cancel culture warriors, right? Normies don't respond positively to that sort of thing, especially because normies do not have the same level of investment in this ideological project. They just want things to be better. They want their finances to look better. They want to feel some kind of hope that the future looks brighter than yesterday. When the Trump administration doesn't actually fix any of the material problems, when cost of living is still a crisis, when healthcare is getting increasingly more unaffordable, when housing prices are more expensive than they ever have been at any point throughout U.S. history, and the administration has no interest or investment in fixing any of those problems, and as a matter of fact, they're actively farming what remains of the carcass of America, picking it apart like a bunch of vultures for Trump and his favorite cronies. A lot of people don't feel like they're a part of this movement. A lot of people don't feel like they've gotten anything in return. Do you understand? And it seems like Disney has made a decision to return Jimmy Kimmel. Last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation and an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. It's fucking bullshit. Every single person knew that it was not insensitive. Every single person involved in the decision-making process was just simply afraid. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached a decision to return the show on Tuesday. I really hope Jimmy Kimmel comes back and is being way, way more aggressive. It's good. This is due to the pushback that they received from the public. Okay? This is due to the pushback they received from the public, chat. That's it. That's it. This is not about Jimmy Kimmel. This is about something much larger than Jimmy Kimmel. This is about this administration's interest in attacking every single outlet and every single person that has a negative opinion over the administration, which also is not limited to just the woke left or whatever. It's certainly a bunch of conservatives as well. It's not like when you go on CNN and you hear from farmers who voted for Donald Trump and they say, I can't believe what he's doing with these tariffs. It's destroying us. Those farmers are also criticizing Donald Trump. Are you also going to arrest them as well? Well, if the Trump administration got its wishes across, recognizing their unpopularity, they would do that because their goal is to spark fear. Their goal is to design an enemy that is malleable, an enemy that can be branded an Antifa terrorist at any given moment. And that Antifa terrorist might be someone like myself today, but tomorrow it will be anyone and everyone, including Trump voters, Trump supporters, who actually don't like some of the policies because it directly harms them. It's that simple.
And support him, including Erica Kirk, who you saw so beautifully was on stage with the president in an unthinkable moment, in the midst of an unthinkable tragedy, and was leaning on the president for support during that time. And he was there to give it to her, as well as the vice president and many other.
If this administration is smart, they would move away from this like punishing speech attitude that they have, for the record. But I suspect that they're not smart. I suspect that they're very stupid. And therefore, I can totally see them doubling down on this and trying to crack the whip by forcing the FCC to take action, by demanding that the FCC take action, which would then, I hope, cause these mega corporations to engage the administration in a legal battle, one that they would win, by the way. All of these incidents cause the administration to recalculate, to reprioritize certain issues, because this creates a new battlefront, both an ideological battlefront and one like a legal battlefront. It takes up time and energy and investment, and it causes them to reconsider whether or not they should continue pursuing it. And it would not work if there wasn't public discontent. This is why I always stress the importance of continuing to offer pushback. This is why I always tell you, do not be fearful, because this is not a moment of weakness for you. This is when you are strong. If you weren't strong and if your voices weren't loud, then the administration would not choose to silence discontent like this. A strong administration that has a broad popular mandate would not be worrying with these silly things on the sidelines. It's that simple. Does Jimmy Kimmel being brought back matter in the admin story of his cancellation being due to low ratings? it doesn't matter. It's not about low ratings at all. It was fucking bullshit to claim that this was a byproduct of low ratings. Like, if it's low ratings, then there wouldn't. You know what it is? When the administration says, "Oh, they canceled them because of low ratings," you know what that reminds me of? Socialism fails everywhere it's attempted. Okay, then why do you intervene? Let it fail on its own. What the fuck do you mean? Right? If this was going to, if Jimmy Kimmel was going to fail on his own, if that is even a calculation for these mega corporations anyway, because I'm not so certain. I think it's more so about prestige that they like continue these sorts of programming. It's not because there's a lot of people watching and a lot of ad dollars that you can farm off of, like the real popularity of these shows or whatever. But if that was truly a consideration, that they would do it on their own. You didn't have to actually push the FCC to demand that this person get fired. Otherwise, you're going to take action, unconstitutional action, by the way. That's it. Additionally, Nexstar overplayed their hand here. Yes, companies like ABC rely on local affiliates to carry out their programming, but local stations depend on that quality programming to be relevant. Local news isn't enough to sustain viewership in these small markets Nexstar controls. That too. And yes, Jimmy Kimmel is back. There is more from Caroline Leavitt's press conference this morning, where the White House condemned the radical Democratic Party.
The heartwarming response from the overwhelming majority of the American people over the past 2 weeks is all of the proof that you need. The assassin who took Charlie's life can destroy flesh and blood, but he can never destroy the values that Charlie stood for. The beautiful memorial service attended by President Trump and 100,000 great Americans in State Farm Stadium yesterday was just the latest example. And Erica Kirk's mercy was one of the greatest acts of grace this world has ever seen. Unfortunately, there have been some jarring exceptions to this unity. This past Friday, 58 House Democrats voted no, and 38 voted present on a...
Yeah, by the way, notice how it's not... If you are one of these liberals, right? Because there are some online who feel as though, because they've been blinded by their own like personal favorite content creators and whatnot, into thinking that there is a radical element in the left that must be excised, right? And then the Democratic Party will actually thrive, right? There are some people who do this all the time. They're like, oh, the left actually presents a serious threat to the Democrats. The left actually hates the Democrats more than they hate the Republicans, all this stuff, okay? People have to understand, these guys do not actually look to the Democratic Party and think, well, there's some reasonable voices and then some unreasonable voices, and we have to forcibly excise the unreasonable voices. They say Nancy Pelosi is a communist, okay? They say anyone and everyone is a woke communist. You have to understand, the ideological differences that you might have with the left do not matter to these people. They think you are also a radical. Why are you a radical? Because you voted against Donald Trump. Why are you a radical? Because you don't like Donald Trump. Even if you voted for Donald Trump at a certain point, and now you don't like Donald Trump, now you're experiencing buyer's remorse, now you're an enemy. Now you're a radical in their minds. Please wake up. They do not factor in your own ideological tendencies when they are making this assessment, when they are presenting you as the enemy. Okay? It is all completely made up. And Republicans are great marketers, okay? They're great marketers for their political position. So they will always try to present it as like a reasonable position. They're not going to just simply say, oh, we're going after you because we hate you because you're woke and because you oppose our policies. They will try to find a reason, a reasonable reason, okay? And if they can't find one, they'll make up one. An example that I can present to you is what the Republicans online did about someone like myself. You saw what my immediate response to Charlie Kirk's untimely demise was. They couldn't find something that I had said about Charlie Kirk that they could present as violent, so they went back all the way to like 2019. or 2018 rather, sorry. They went all the way back to 2018 to be like, see, he's violent. He's actually advocating for violence always, okay? In a hyperbolic debate with a friend at the time, no longer a friend now, but a friend at the time nonetheless. Like, that is not a sincerely held policy position to basically turn around and say, see, he's the violent one. We got to get him. We got to get him. They don't care. The goal here is always to try to present, for the Republicans, the goal here is to try and present a reasonable argument for an incredibly unreasonable form of prosecution.
Resolution that simply stated condemning in the strongest possible terms the assassination of Charles James Kirk and all forms of political violence. There were no strings attached to this vote. This was a simple gesture of human decency to denounce political violence. A number of those same Democrats took to the House floor to smear Charlie Kirk's name. The man wasn't even buried yet, and Democrat members of Congress were denigrating his memory on the floor of the House of Representatives. This was truly a sad moment and a clear reflection of how radical the Democrat Party has become.
Yeah. Like, that's a great example of this, right? The way they designed that messaging bill wasn't just to say, like, we want Charlie Kirk to be memorialized, which, by the way, is ridiculous in and of itself. But the way they designed that messaging bill was so that they can attack people who voted against it. They do this all the time. Democrats do this all the time as well, but Republicans love doing this thing where they'll be like, "Oh, you have to memorialize Charlie Kirk as a deity, and also this bill is not just about memorializing Charlie Kirk as a deity, but also condemning political violence." That's the way that they did it. It's similar to like being like, "Oh yeah, you have to memorialize Charlie Kirk and you have to kiss our feet." And also in this messaging bill, we're saying that murdering puppies is actually bad and wrong. And then when you say, wait, what do you mean kiss our feet and memorialize Charlie Kirk? I don't want to fucking vote for that. They go, whoa, you want to murder puppies? It seems like the Democrats are now the party of murdering puppies. Wow, I can't believe it. Why do the Democrats want to fucking murder puppies? It's right there. They voted against it. Clearly, they want to murder puppies. Look at that. Like, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's what this is. Of course, no Democrat condones political violence. It is just a convenient narrative device that these guys have slammed on to the fucking actual heart of the bill, which is to memorialize Charlie Kirk. So anyone that takes that seriously and anyone that looks at that and goes, well, don't you think it's a bad look to not condemn political violence? You are a fucking sucker. You are a fool. You are playing into their game. Some of the dumbest people on the planet are able to do this trick, are able to play this trick, this rhetorical trick on someone like yourself. It is ridiculous. Stop. Anyway, Donald Trump was asked about his conversation with my number one op. Damn, you're the only streamer I follow on Twitch app, and I had to scroll through 4 or 5 strangers before I find your broadcast. Everyone keeps saying Twitch is like blacklisting me. Maybe that's the case. Okay? I don't think that is the case, though. And it's fine. Okay? It's fine. It's true, HasanAbi. They have done so in the past, so it's not surprising if they've done it again. Okay? Here, I'll go in incognito and disprove this immediately. I'm incognito. I'm not logged in. I show up on the fucking front page, front and center, and I show up on the sidebar, front and center as well. So I guess you're not right. Okay? Sometimes you have to understand that it's probably because the app is dog shit. Okay? It's probably because the app is bad. That's it.
President, everyone's saying that Charlie brought you and Elon back together. Is that true?
Well, Elon came over and said hello. No, it's nothing to do with that. I thought it was nice. He came over, we had a little conversation.
I told you he's not. I don't know if Trump is quick to forgive and forget, especially when it's someone that he might hold responsible for how much people have hit him on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. I think Donald Trump is narcissistic. I think Donald Trump is too narcissistic to be convinced by Elon Musk trying to curry favor back with the administration. But I don't know. We'll see.
A very good relationship, but it was nice that he came over. Dana White was there, the great Dana White. You know, the big question is having the UFC fight I know you won't accept tickets because you're with the fake.
JD Vance called him Hitler, dude. Yeah, he don't give a fuck about that. Are you kidding me? Also, JD Vance is a brown noser. JD Vance is a part of the apparatus. Elon presents an outside threat because of the attention he commands on the social media platform, Twitter, that he owns. This is not only a threat, but also one that Elon Musk has used against the administration already. Once you do that, I know that once you do that, even if at a certain point, Trump is always willing to let bygones be bygones, I think it takes a lot more time. And there's other competing factors here that will cause him to recalculate this relationship and maybe not be so open-minded about like aligning with Elon ever again.
You're not allowed to accept tickets, but we're going to have a UFC fight right at the White House. And we're going to end up probably 6,000 people in front of the White House. And then on the ellipse, we're going to have 80 or 90,000. It's going to be an unbelievable event. But a lot of people are talking about it.
Disney is bringing him back on.
More importantly, here's what Elon Musk said about this, by the way. Benny Johnson tells the story behind the scenes of Elon Musk reuniting with Trump at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Now, Charlie Kirk really wanted Elon Musk and Trump to get along, for the record. Right? He did. He openly stated it. Many right-wingers were actually very sad. It was like their fathers were divorcing their two gay dads. Does that matter to Donald Trump? Not even one bit. I don't think that Donald Trump gives a shit about Charlie Kirk beyond how he can use Charlie Kirk's memory to, go after comedians who annoy him. Okay? But let's hear what Elon Musk's own perspective on the issue was.
All the cabinet secretaries got to see a lot. Elon Musk came by a couple times. And I just want to use Elon Musk as a example of the power of Charlie's legacy. Elon Musk and Donald Trump had a bit of a falling out. Maybe you've heard of it. And that sucked, especially for guys like Charlie, who were coalition builders. Charlie Kirk was thanked on stage by Donald Trump himself for bringing together RFK Jr. and Maha movement. Donald Trump says, Charlie created Maha. I don't think Charlie ever will get the credit that he deserves for doing that. But also, Charlie Kirk brought together massive coalitions of, well, at any Turning Point event, you can find Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, and Tucker Carlson sharing the same stage, right? Maybe not together, but they're all there, right? To give an opportunity to project their worldview, right? Charlie was constantly doing that, constantly bridging gaps, constantly fusing together because he realized that if we don't hang together, we will surely hang separately, which is exactly what Elon Musk told me. So backstage, Elon Musk embraces Erica Kirk, and she's crying in his arms, and they're hugging, and it's really profound. This was after the speeches. This was after the program. And this is the words that Elon Musk said to us in this small little group with Erica Kirk. And he said, this is why I was proud to sit with my president. This is what he called Trump, my president today. He accepted Trump's invitation to go up there, and the majority of the event, Elon Musk sent sitting there with Donald Trump, chewing it up. Everyone can see here's the photos of Elon embracing Erica, and then there are photos of Elon with Trump, and they seem to be having a great time. Dana White also there. What a not only was the size and scope of this and the peacefulness of it a profound eulogy for Charlie and his memory, but the cornerstone of it all, to unite the world's most powerful, richest private civilian with the world's most powerful public figure, Donald Trump. Charlie said in this chair right here, he hoped that it happened. There's a clip that went viral yesterday. Charlie saying, I pray that Elon Musk and Donald Trump reconcile. And they did so at Charlie's funeral in Charlie's memory. Mm-hmm. A profound and beautiful example of what Charlie constantly was doing for our movement. And he fused together the greatest schism that we've seen in the nascent Trump administration. He just fixed Trump and Elon together. We saw it live. And it's like the power of Charlie.
They're going to tie everything back to Charlie Kirk, and the deification of Charlie Kirk. And this is yet another version of that. I'm not so certain how much Donald Trump will give a shit. Who knows? We'll see.
Crying out. I mean, after death, crying out, and still the power of Charlie, bringing together these tectonic forces that should not reconcile. These are two stubborn men. These are two men that don't need to.
Through Charlie Kirk, everything is possible. Dude, I cannot. I don't know where to begin to talk about this, but look, Charlie Kirk was professionally yelled at by college campus leftists and liberals, okay? That's it. He would just go to college campuses and try to overpower freshmen who were standing in front of a microphone for the first time, and he would just cut propaganda off that. That's it. It's a SJW own compilation. But for these guys, it's like the most consequential, most pivotal figure in the administration, partially because, oh my God, all of the autistic chatters in here, I know, are losing their fucking minds. I know, chatters. I know. It's a big deal for all of you. We are going to cure your autism and mine too, okay? Calm down. It hasn't started yet.
Each other, honestly. But Elon Musk told me this. He hugs Erica Kirk. He looks to all of us and he goes, if we don't hang together, we will surely hang separately. So let us unite. I was proud to sit with my president tonight. That's what Elon told us. That's what Elon.
Is this where you cosplay? You're not more autistic than 2/3 of this chat? Yes. This is where I cosplay that.
Told us backstage. Wow. And so, again, just as a little behind the scenes vignette here, what you watched yesterday, what tens of millions.
Yeah, his statement was, if we don't hang together, we will surely hang separately. So let us unite. I was proud to sit with my president. That's what Elon Musk said.
Hundreds of millions of people saw yesterday. Definitely hundreds of millions saw yesterday. Was a beautiful encapsulation, eulogizing, and memorial to Charlie with his energy pulsing through.
So that's the attitude from Elon Musk's side. And I think it's partially because Elon, just like every other rich guy, knows that if you suck Donald Trump's penis and you present yourself as a brave and loyal soldier to him, and you exhibit that loyalty above all else, then he will give you favors. Okay? That's it. He'll give you favors. And Elon wants those favors. And he's willing to let bygones be bygones. Now, Donald Trump, I suspect, recognizes the power that he holds in this situation, and also is probably not quick to forget that Elon was the first major Republican that hit the Donald Trump is in the Epstein files note, which then turned into a very big deal for the administration. Anyway, getting back to it, before we get to the autism announcement, which we will be watching when the administration reveals that they have a cure to autism and whatnot, Jimothy Kimmel is returning to air. Disney announces. Let's take a look.
On the air tomorrow. ABC says in a statement that we made the decision last week to suspend production to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment. But now, after having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, the ABC says we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday. So Kimmel's getting back to work.
Wow, Brian, that is significant, especially given that some of the players outside of Disney in a corporate setting, like Nexstar and Sinclair, they essentially have deals that allowed them to preempt his show, and that's part of the reason that it was suspended. Yeah. Do we know how they might react to this?
We don't, and that becomes the big question now. Will these local station affiliates choose to air Jimmy Kimmel Live, or will they continue to protest the comedian even though the network is bringing him back nationwide? ABC does gently chastise Kimmel in this statement. The statement says, quote, "The decision to suspend him, we made it because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive." So they're very gently saying they disagreed with Kimmel last week, but obviously they're bringing him back as of tomorrow.
And we don't know, obviously, all of the considerations that went into this, Brian. But I would say leaders, obviously, at ABC and Disney have had the benefit of a few days of feedback.
Yeah. Including from Disney employees who were very disturbed, including from Hollywood stars and showrunners, the kind of people Disney wants to work with, and from free speech groups, politicians, even some Republican politicians like Ted Cruz. We know the condemnation of Disney has been widespread. Now, what we don't know yet is what the counter reaction will be from President Trump and his allies.
That's a really good point. Brian, please stand by. Terry, your reaction to this news?
It's great news. It's great news. And I think you're absolutely right, and Brian is absolutely right. This was a community standing up for the rights of Jimmy Kimmel and all people who speak in public, entertainers and journalists and all of them. And it worked, at least with the head of Disney. And it makes good sense because they would have won in court. One thing that gets lost in this, you do not lose your First Amendment rights because you have a broadcast license. The Supreme Court has been clear on this. The government cannot take your license because of speech they don't like.
You were talking about Katharine Graham when the news broke, and these are the considerations of these bigger companies about how they're going.
Yeah, I mean, there are degrees to this. I'm living out right now. Don't listen to me. There are degrees to this. There are still types of speech and different classes of people in the eyes of this administration. Those who this administration consider to be discardable, right? Migrants, for example. This is a major corporation that has the financial power to push back against the administration. And I was very worried, very concerned that this major corporation would actually cave to the administration's demands, no matter how unreasonable or unjust they may be. Okay? It turns out that there is enough pushback from the public that the major corporation decided probably not the best idea to capitulate to the Trump administration's demands. Now, having said that, there are still the attacks against free speech did not start with Jimmy Kimmel. The attacks on the First Amendment did not begin with Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel simply was seen by enough members of the public as an overreach. The attacks against the First Amendment have been ongoing. Okay? Around pro-Palestinian advocacy, even under the Biden administration, and certainly escalated under the Trump administration. And it is a real shame that mainstream outlets did not adequately cover that when it was happening. Okay? It's really frustrating. So remember, the fight continues. So it is upon all of us to tie back this attack on the First Amendment, this clear-cut attack on the First Amendment, back to the clear-cut attack that is ongoing against pro-Palestinian advocacy. Okay? We have to try and get people to recognize that this isn't just about Disney capitulating. This isn't just like we cannot rely exclusively on big corporations to fight back. Okay? Yeah, we vote with our dollars. People are boycotting Disney and canceling their streaming subscriptions. I know. A lot of people did that. Google searches for cancel Disney Plus and cancel Hulu have spiked in the day since the network suspension. Some people were stating that they lost like almost $5 billion in revenue in a very short period of time. I'm not so certain that this was like a part of the pressure, but I mean, I'm sure it helped. Or stock price, not revenue. Sorry, yeah, their stock price fell. Their stock price fell. They lost $5 billion in market cap. So they lost value, not revenue directly, but I'm sure they lost some revenue, which is why they lost value as well. Do you predict Nexstar and Sinclair will air Kimmel, or will they continue the cancellation? I can see them continuing their cancellation because they're much more right-wing and much more, they have more to lose. They can't appear to be resisting against the administration in any capacity because of the FCC and because of the merger that is imminent for Nexstar. Sinclair is already incredibly right-wing. Nexstar is already incredibly right-wing. And on top of that, they have a mega merger that's coming up. So TPUSA spokesperson Andrew Colvett is saying Disney and ABC caving and allowing Kimmel back on the air is not surprising, but it's their first mistake to make. Nexstar and Sinclair do not have to make that same choice. Once again, I am, I guess, not so shocked, but still very much annoyed that this is the major mover and shaker event for a lot of people. I don't want to be the fucking friend who's too woke, but, you know, these are consequential decisions being made, which is why I took it seriously at the time. But the fight is far larger than fucking Jimmy Kimmel, okay? If your goal is to defend the First Amendment, if your goal is to defend free speech, you must understand that this extends far beyond just Jimmy Kimmel losing its time slot. But it's good. It's an eye-opening moment for a lot of people. A lot of people who don't really give a shit about Jimmy Kimmel either, by the way. But they saw... It's not like Jimmy Kimmel had this many loyal fans, myself included. I don't give a shit, right? But the reason why a lot of people got mad, even conservatives, as a matter of fact, got mad. Ted Cruz was like, this is crazy. This is mafia shit. The reason why they were doing that, the reason why they were saying that was because there are still Americans who value the First Amendment. There are still Americans who value freedom of speech. Now, the Trump administration has made a calculation that Americans that value the First Amendment and free speech also are very racist. So they're racist enough to not give a shit when it is eroded at the point of immigration enforcement and it is eroded at the point of pro-Palestinian advocacy, right? And they have been somewhat successful in that endeavor. They have revoked student visas. They have denied visas to people, not on the basis of like being too critical of Israel, but also on the basis of like, you know, being critical of Charlie Kirk even, right? That's a real thing that's taking place. So it is upon us to remind people that this is not like just this is a victory that should galvanize us, and we should use the renewed enthusiasm to continue pushing back against this administration's unfavorable policies that represent a change in the way that we value the First Amendment, that represent an erosion of the freedom of speech.
To handle this and how they're going to think about it. They do have the benefit of some history as they do consider these moves.
Right. Well, Katharine Graham, when Nixon threatened to take her FCC, the Washington Post FCC licenses, they had some local stations. It was a main source of income. She published them anyway. She said, forget about it. And that kind of corporate courage is rare, especially in the face of an administration that exceeds by many orders of magnitude any other presidency trying to silence speech it doesn't like.
If we still have Brian, I want to go back to him because one of the interesting bits of reporting that we got over the last few days was that Kimmel was actually preparing a monologue that would up the ante against some of the feedback that he got from the Trump administration. I mean, can you imagine, Brian, what might be formulating in terms of a response when he gets back on the air?
Right. Kimmel wanted to defend himself. So now Tuesday night's monologue becomes even more interesting. What he will be critical, and it might affect what local stations decide to do going forward.
Yeah, certainly will. I want to know what you think, Terry, about just sort of the moment that we are in when it comes to free speech. And I also want to play a moment from the White House press briefing today. This was a correspondent for Turning Point USA Frontline, associated with the group that Charlie Kirk founded, who asked the White House press secretary what her message is to Americans who are too afraid to express their beliefs. Here's a brief part of what Caroline Levitt said.
We have a right to free speech in this country. The president supports it. It is protected by our beautiful Constitution. And Americans should not cower in fear. They should rise up in courage to continue speaking the truth.
What do you think about what you're hearing from the White House there as we just get this news that Jimmy Kimmel will return to air tomorrow night?
Right. Well, see what the White House says. Everybody should speak up except the ones that the president doesn't like. He just barked at my former colleague, Jonathan Karl. Maybe we'll come after you because
Yeah, this is the thing, okay? When it's a white dude who's rich, who's a Hollywood guy, and he gets silenced like this, he gets suppressed like this, then all of a sudden it is a reminder for a lot of fucking people that are also in the same position, if not as popular as Jimmy Kimmel, to go, oh shit, they're going to come after us too. Does that make sense? Like there's a class interest here, not class in the Marxist sense, but there's a class interest that these guys do not have, a sense of solidarity they do not have for their counterparts in Gaza, for example. When Israel murders relentlessly hundreds of journalists in Gaza, they do not give a shit. There's not a single fucking peep from any of these monsters, okay? But for Jimmy Kimmel, obviously they're going to be like, well, this is really messed up. You know, they're coming for all of us. They're coming for all of us. We got to do something about it. And this shows once again that the mainstream press does have a lot of motion still in getting this kind of information and creating an environment of panic, necessary panic, in the eyes of many Americans. Okay? This is why I'm so frustrated with the media coverage surrounding all things related to Israel.
I don't like the content of your news coverage. All of this is bedrock First Amendment rights that we all have. And I think they've overreached here. Most Americans, even many who support President Trump, did not like the kind of gangster talk that the head of the FCC said, you can do this the easy way, you can do it the hard way. And they understand how precious this right is, even for people that they disagree strongly with. There's good common sense about our First Amendment rights, and I think Trump is running up against that.
Yeah, Senator Ted Cruz said it was out of Goodfellas, to your point there. Terry, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate it. And this is the breaking news just in from Disney.
While speaking at Charlie Kirk's memorial yesterday, President Trump said a big announcement was coming about autism. The Washington reports this. Today, the administration is expected to tie pregnant women's use of acetaminophen, that's the active ingredient in Tylenol, to a risk of autism. Tylenol's owner says, quote, "We believe independent, sound science clearly shows that taking acetaminophen does not cause autism. We strongly disagree with any suggestion otherwise and are deeply concerned with the health risk this poses for expectant mothers." CBS News medical contributor, that's Dr. Celine Gownders, is editor-at-large for public health at KFF Health News, and joins us to sort it all out. Celine, this is already confusing, and they haven't even made the official announcement yet, and there's so much at stake here. As a doctor, you know this world very well. Is there a tie between Tylenol and autism?
No, the best evidence does not show an association between Tylenol and autism. So the best recent study looked at 2.5 million kids from Sweden. They used sibling comparisons to factor out genetic factors and other factors, and they found no increase in risk in autism, ADHD, or other intellectual disabilities for pregnant women who used Tylenol during pregnancy.
Women are often very cautious when it comes to what they take during their pregnancy. How will this announcement change how women process this information? Let me put it better. When women hear the announcement later today, how should they hear it? What should they be listening for?
Well, one of the things that concerns me is unintended side effects of this. So will women end up taking other medications like aspirin or ibuprofen during pregnancy? Those actually can be dangerous, especially in the third trimester. You can end up with kidney issues, cardiac issues in the baby. Other than Tylenol, and Tylenol has been the first line for pregnant women for a long time. That's really the safest thing we have. You're talking about opioids. So is that really the next best thing that we want to be giving women for pain relief? So that's number one. Number two, in terms of what to be listening for when this announcement is made, is who is presenting the information, who's presenting the data. What we've seen with vaccines and autism is the same people who recycle the same playbook. First it was MMR vaccines, then it was thimerosal, then it was aluminum. Is it the same people recycling the same playbook over and over again?
This administration, they're also reportedly planning on touting a lesser-known drug as a potential autism treatment. What more do you know about that?
Yeah, so this is called leucovorin. Okay. And the issue here, some people have been describing this as treatment for folate deficiencies. That's actually not right. You can have a perfectly normal folate level in your blood, but it may not be getting into the brain. And so there's a defect in the transport of folate into the brain. Leucovorin works around that. Not all children with autism have this defect. So there's a test you can do to assess whether that's what's at play. For those kids,
I think one of the funniest and I guess kind of scariest reasons why this is a major point of concern is, and I'm saying this as someone who's like worked with autistic boys specifically in my youth, is that it's just a different designation. Like they just have better methods of figuring out who is on the autism spectrum. Like that's it. That's literally the only reason why the rates have skyrocketed. Straight up. That's literally it. It's like wild that there's any other conversation taking place on this issue. That's it. I mean, many of you in here probably already know this from your personal experience, but like your parents are probably kind of autistic too, okay? If you're autistic, I mean. It's that simple. And there are still a shit ton of people who are undiagnosed, especially women. Because if you remember, when this first exploded, it was like 1 in 5 boys. It's crazy. What's going on? What is happening? Why are women, why is there not a similar rate of increase in girls? Which, by the way, of course, would destroy the narrative that it's vaccines that are causing this, because girls and boys are getting the same fucking vaccines. It's not like women are getting less vaccines. But it's because of diagnosis. It's because of the way that autism is diagnosed changed, specifically for boys. Okay? That's it. That's the only reason. And it's not like this life-destroying thing anyway. It's just a thing that people have. Who cares? So the two things that cause a little bit of concern for me is the language surrounding autism from this administration, where they make it seem as though this is something that you can, one, cure. Okay, you can manage it. Some of the more consequential aspects of, as far as like limitations to socializing and whatnot. But as far as like autism being this thing, this curse that you must cure, is just wrong. And it feels as though it is eugenicist in nature. The idea that like autistic people have to be dealt with somehow, you know? It's ridiculous. And I'm not being too woke on this at all. It's just a thing, okay? Everyone exhibits some semblance of neurodivergence. It's not the end of the fucking world, you know? It's not. I mean, Elon Musk is a great example of this. He's autistic as fuck. And look at him, you know? Obviously, he's the worst person to point to when we're talking about autism and not vilifying autism. But, I mean, he's just a bad guy on his own, autism notwithstanding. But there are plenty of people who are autistic that didn't get the fucking diagnosis at the time, and it doesn't really matter. In my opinion, this is definitely a corporate grift. The original vaccine, Autism Link, was run by a company trying to market their own vaccine. I know. Former Dr. Andrew fucking Wakefield. That is where the vaccines cause autism meta comes from in England. H. Bomber Guy did a phenomenal video many, many years ago that I highly suggest you check out. But the short summary of it is Andrew Wakefield had his own separate vaccine at a time when the MMR vaccine was being developed, and he wanted to sell his own separate vaccine. So in an effort to do so, he actually made fake tests that showed that the combined MMR vaccine that was competing against his separate vaccines was causing young boys to develop autism. But the real reason is because the diagnostic criteria has changed, and it has led to more awareness as well. That's it. Okay, that's it. That's literally the reason. And the reason why this is primarily seen as an issue, a medical condition that only boys experience, men experience, is because the diagnostic criteria for women is still not up to the same standard as it is for men. That's it.
Glucovorin has been shown to help, particularly with speech, getting kids to be more verbal than they were before.
How concerned is the medical community about this? Because I think if I was pregnant, I would be so freaked out now about what to do and who to believe and who to believe.
I mean, look, the medical community, the scientific community is very much has the same consensus, which is that Tylenol, acetaminophen, is safe in pregnancy. If you have a high fever during pregnancy, that can cause neurodevelopment issues in the baby. So you don't want to let that fever go untreated.
Right.
And, you know, pregnant women may have pain, and that's not something that should go untreated either.
All right, Dr. Gounder, thank you so much.
So what does the evidence say? Americans consume more paracetamol than anybody else, spending about $4 billion a year on what they call acetaminophen under the leading brand name Tylenol. And diagnoses of autism have also been steadily increasing in America, from around 1 in 150 children in the year 2000 up to about 1 in 30 today. There have also been a number of studies linking mothers who took paracetamol during pregnancy who went on to go and have a child with autism. But correlation is not the same as a cause. Research into autism in recent decades has meant the criteria for diagnosing it have expanded to include far more people. And there have been a number of recent studies showing no connection to paracetamol at all, the largest of which from Sweden looked at nearly 2.5 million children, huge in terms of public health research. It's why nearly all health authorities, including here in the UK, recommend that paracetamol should be used in pregnancy. In fact, that it's the best pain relief choice there is. In fact, if pregnant mothers didn't use it when they needed it, it could end up doing their babies more harm.
It is the safest option that we have out there, and that actually, while you're pregnant, experiencing uncontrolled fevers or some of the side effects from pain, such as high blood pressure, will be a lot more detrimental to a developing baby and a mother, importantly, than paracetamol will be.
So if paracetamol isn't causing autism, the question is, what's causing the Trump administration to be talking about it? Well, it's a controversial sounding thing that could distract well from genuine controversies going on in the White House. And it aligns well with many of the policies of American Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's long believed an over-medicated America is doing harm to its children. But the thing about science, if done well, is that it doesn't care what you believe, it's what the evidence tells you. And so far, there's been a distinct lack of that behind a lot of the health policy changes in America.
On the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk, government and local officials said that Antifa inscriptions were engraved in these bullet casings that killed Charlie Kirk. It appears to be a trend, especially after what we saw in the Annunciation Church shooting, Catholic church shooting. Additionally, Stephen Miller recently commented on the rise in this.
When I see the side reporters, I know. When I see the side reporters, I know. I know it's going to be some fuck shit. That's the Turning Point USA, Tim Pool contingency on the side. Even worse than the average dick-riding reporter that you see from all of the preordained mainstream platforms. Yeah, everything is Tesla, everybody transgender, everybody autistic. Anyway, we're still waiting on this, but we're still waiting on the administration coming out and making their big revelation about autism. But let's get back to the White House saying that President Trump will designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Women are getting less vaccines? No, I didn't say that. Yeah. Everybody knows women are getting less vaccines. That's why they're less likely to be autistic. Duh. And not because of the diagnostic criteria expanding for men, but not necessarily for women. That's not the case at all. Come on now.
Kind of violence, saying there is a domestic terrorist movement growing in this country. The president is designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. I'm wondering, what is the approach to holding these people accountable, just to ensure that violence like this just is eradicated moving forward?
Sure. Well, Antifa is going to be designated a domestic terrorist organization. The president intends to sign that executive order very soon as it's drafted, as soon as today, later this afternoon. And this is something the president campaigned on, because we have seen a rise in violence perpetuated by Antifa, radical people across this country.
By the way, none of the instances that Jean Grey over here, Timu Bargain Bin Jean Grey, mentioned were actually radical Antifa at all. The Annunciation Church shooting was not done by a radical Antifa. It was done by a radical white supremacist. But of course, who gives a shit about the truth, right? Nobody. And I mean, nobody cares about the truth. There is no reason or not Jean Grey, whatever, Rogue, sorry. Shut up. It doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. Timu Tulsi Gabbard, okay? No one is correcting the record. It makes me so mad. It's so fucking annoying, dude. Just, ugh.
Who subscribed to this group. And unfortunately, it's gone widely uncovered by many in the legacy media. It also went completely ignored by the previous administration. Not anymore. Not only, as you mentioned, were the bullet casings subscribed.
Can you show the evidence then? What do you mean? The Annunciation Church shooter literally painted his gear with prominent white nationalist and white supremacist mass shooter terrorist names. Like there were slurs on it. That's one thing, but like it also, the dude literally had Anders Breivik on the weapon, saying 6 million Jews isn't enough. On the weapon, or no, on a potential gas bomb. What the fuck are we talking about? Correlation is not causation. Wait, what? Correlation is not causation? That's not a correlation, you fucking moron. I'm directly addressing the false narrative presented that this person who did a fucking church shooting, that is almost identical to previous fucking mosque shootings and church shootings and other mass shootings of similar other mass shootings that are identical, literally had those same right-wing, far-right figures and their names on his gear. It's fucking ridiculous. And these guys still claim shamelessly, because there's no pushback whatsoever, that that person was a fucking leftist Antifa. He was talking about autism and medicine. Wait, what? What? Oh, he's talking about autism and medicine. Jesus Christ, that is a fucking mobile chatter. Holy shit. Cope Harder Liberal says COO of Antifa. Shut up. Don't even joke right now. Even my racist ass Trumper dad saw the stuff from the Buffalo shooter and said that was a white supremacist guy targeting black people. Yeah. TVP 43, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, by the way. Yeah, 2008 internet Wi-Fi, tuning in from a fucking Motorola Razr phone. That's like an hour ago. We were talking about that an hour ago, the autism thing. Y'all are so mean to us mobile chatters. Yo, what kind of delay does this mobile chatter have? That was straight up from an hour ago. I cannot believe that these motherfuckers are still claiming that this was a radical Antifa shooting. Like, what the fuck? Is there photos of the gear or not? Are you running ads again? No, I'm not. I'm not running ads. It's probably your It's probably your ad blocker. Westman posted 2 YouTube videos showing writings which reference suicide, extremely violent thoughts and ideas, a message addressed to my family and friends, and a drawing of the layout of a church. The video showed messages written on the guns and magazines. These messages included anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic, and racist phrases. Kill Donald Trump. 6 million wasn't enough. And the names of several mass shooters. The names of several white supremacist and white nationalist mass shooters. Okay? The names of prominent white nationalist, white supremacist terrorists. What fucking leftist would do that? Are you insane? The shooter met with a right-wing gun tuber who was running for Congress. His name is Brandon, also known as the AK guy. Shooter talked about how much he liked Brandon, the AK guy, in his manifesto video. It's fucking ridiculous. Obviously, an Antifa trying to frame the right. Oh, yeah, totally. Totally, definitely. Famously, that's how it goes. The blonde bimbo is talking about a different shooter, you himbo. They're using Helldiver's bullet as an excuse. No, dummy. She brought up the Annunciation Church shooter. She did. Walmart Tulsi Gabbard is the one who brought up that shooter as another point of evidence for fucking leftist Antifa violence. Tying it to this shooting of Charlie Kirk, which, once again, neither of which is proven to be like any even remotely leftist or Antifa at all. For the Annunciation Church shooter, we have more evidence that he was right-wing as fuck. With Tyler Robinson, the only thing that we can associate with his politics is the fact that, despite coming from a MAGA upbringing, he doesn't think trans people should be killed. That's it. That's like, I guess that's what it takes for you to be fucking Antifa nowadays, you know?
Widely uncovered by many in the legacy media. It also went completely ignored by the previous administration. Not anymore. Not only, as you mentioned, were the bullet casings subscribed with Antifa mottos, if you will, in the heinous assassination of Charlie, but there have also been more examples than I could read off for you here in this briefing room today of violence from Antifa. I will just read a few. In July 2025.
I need you to understand something, by the way. I need you to understand something. Okay? There is no domestic terror organization designation in this country. Okay? There is none. You can't do that. It has to be a foreign organization because terrorism as a designation is so expansive and intentionally vague that you can't do that to domestic organizations. I know this because there are a fuck ton of very well-organized neo-Nazi networks and white supremacist networks that this administration has kept consistently stating are actually covered under the First Amendment, and therefore there's nothing they can do about it. Okay? The only time where they actually investigate these organizations is when they are about to do violence, right? Atomwaffen is a great example of this. Atomwaffen is a neo-Nazi group that specifically recruits from the military, and they have time and time again like stolen military gear to try to like blow up railroads or attack like critical infrastructure, things of that nature. And only then do they actually prosecute and investigate these organizations. But those organizations can still march, right? Those organizations can still get permits to go and march quote unquote peacefully, right? Patriot Prayer is a great example of this. Patriot Front is another example of this. The 3%ers. The only time when these guys actually get prosecuted is if they do January 6th, which, of course, Donald Trump, we already know, does not consider that to be a violent thing at all and has rewarded those people with freedom and leniency. Okay? This is because, as you've said before, Antifa is not an organized party, so who's being penalized? Anyone and everyone. That's the reason why not only is this designation in direct odds with the First Amendment protections, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of political organizations, but there is, yes, political smack is correct. In the United States, there's no legal mechanism for the government to designate a domestic group as a domestic terrorist organization. While federal law provides a definition for domestic terrorism, it's not a specific federal crime, and there is no equivalent process to the foreign terrorist organization designation used for international groups. This is the reason why the Trump administration is actually going after an international donor, an American citizen that now lives in China, in an effort to go after Answer Coalition, Palestinian Youth Movement, Party for Socialism and Liberation, and numerous other organizations that actually are anti-war protesters. They are trying to tie it back to like some kind of international donor. Okay? On the domestic front, on the domestic side, on the domestic front, they are actively trying to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization when there's no legal mechanism to do so. Antifa itself is also not even an organization to begin with. It's not. There is no organizational structure. It's not a real thing. It's an action. It's like saying that you're anti-racist. The administration is now going to go after anti-racism as a domestic terror organization. That's fucking nuts.
Several members of an Antifa cell ambushed and opened fire on officers at an ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas, shooting one officer in the neck. Also in July 2025, 3 Antifa members were charged with assaulting a police officer during a violent riot outside an ICE facility in Portland, which for weeks prior had been...
All right, now we're getting to the real fucking fascism.
And it's not that everything's 100%
the moment you waited for.
But I think we've made a lot of strides. Wish it was done a long time ago. Today, we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and public health professionals as we announce historic steps to confront the crisis of autism. Horrible, horrible crisis. I want to thank the man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from. And he and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think. And I say we think because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew. Thanks as well to the director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Acting Assistant Secretary of HHS, Dr. Dorothy Fink. So thank you all. Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, you know, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that. It used to be 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now it's 1 in 31, but in some areas it's much worse than that, if you can believe it. 1 in 31. And I gave numbers yesterday. For boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California where they have for some reason, a more severe problem. But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31, can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And now we're at the level of 1 in 12 in some cases for boys. 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this complex situation. And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them, this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000, and then you go to 12, you know there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism.
That's not true.
That have no autism.
If you're less likely to take a vaccine, you are infinitely less likely to go get diagnosed by a medical specialist to see whether you have autism or not. That's it. That's the only reason. Oh my God.
Yeah, virtually. I heard none. See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say.
Great. Yeah, you're only
groups,
the fucking
Amish
president.
As an example.
It's good that you're careless with your
essentially
words.
No autism. First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
Oh, God.
Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol, during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire. And you shouldn't give the child the Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to that child. All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all. But if you can't tough it out, or if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it.
Why
the
are
other
they?
thing that I can tell
I don't
you
even
that
know.
I'll say
I don't even understand what the purpose of this is. This just like
this
is just a way to fuck people over. That's it. It's just pure bad. I can't even see any profit upsides for any company in this process. You know what I mean? Only downsides.
And
it's just
it out over a period
let's
of years.
fuck it up. Let's fuck it up
they pump so
aggressively.
much stuff into
Who
those
gives a shit?
Beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping. It looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines. I guess 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So, ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff. You'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel.
What I feel. My feelings.
Measles. And all, the three should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate, because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it for a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, oh, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B. And I think if you do those things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better. And in some cases, maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly for. I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a tough situation. Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. When the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to take one, because there's no alternative to that. Sadly, first question, what can you take instead? It's actually, there's not an alternative to that. And as you know, other of the medicines are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils and others, right? And they've been proven bad. So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words, and then Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, followed by two incredible mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol. Kenview going to have mad lawsuits
for him using the Tylenol brand
there's a
mainly
rumor,
for this?
and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that one.
What? They have paracetamol, dude. They have a paracetamol substitute. What the fuck?
Autism. That tells you a lot. And I want to say it right now. And you know the way I look at it? Don't take it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on this subject for a long time. You know, life is common sense, too.
It can only good happen.
There's a lot of
but
common
my
sense
autism
in
is a
this,
problem.
I wish things like this were brought up, and this group has worked so hard on it. But I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation because there's no harm in going
Dude,
quickly.
this
There's
is so
absolutely no
fucking
harm. At
cooked.
worst, there's
We
no
are
harm.
at the
Thank you very much,
mercy
Bobby.
of madmen. We are at the mercy of madmen. Once again, the dumbest, most hysterical losers in American society are getting their wishes be heard and turning it into government mandate. We are at the mercy of the most insane people, dude. Whether it be evangelical Christians when it comes to abortion and numerous other fucking hysterics that this administration listens to, or whether it be all of the fucking anti-vax cranks and their consistent advocacy that has led to RFK Jr. becoming a permanent fixture of the administration. That's what this is. They're literally giving red meat to like key constituencies of their fucking base, and they all happen to be schizophrenic hallucinators.
Genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH has been doing for 20 years. As a result, we don't have an answer to this critical question, despite the cataclysmic impact of the epidemic on our nation's children. We are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized science and corruption with evidence-based medicine. NIH research teams are currently testing multiple hypotheses with no area off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing two important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know as they make these decisions. First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies that suggest a potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis for ADHD and autism.
What do I say, man? What do you say to this? What do you fucking say to this? What do you say to this? It's so cooked.
We have also evaluated the contrary.
This is so dumb. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. We're literally, his brainworm is running the health initiatives in this government.
Pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. HHS will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform families and protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment in the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration and only when treatment is required.
Oh, so they can have a little bit of autism, I guess? Is that what it is?
Of science. The safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated. Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses. FDA will drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin. I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. This announcement also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents
Oh
on
my God.
underlying causes
What do you-
of
I mean,
autism and
beacon
the
of
potential
health,
paths
baby.
for prevention and reversal. Finally, autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial etiology. We are continuing to investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines.
You want to know the worst part of this?
70% of mothers.
People are talking about his hand, right? These assholes never actually take the anti-science, anti-medicine rhetoric to heart. When doctors come to them and say, this is what you got to do, they don't go, no, actually, I'm going to inject fucking bleach. That's the worst part about this, because they don't even fucking practice what they preach, bro. Because if they did, they wouldn't be here for long.
People have been silencing and demonizing these mothers for 3 decades. Because
RFK does? Yeah, well, he's on the verge of collapse. Exactly.
Has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we
Out of these three, this fucking piece of shit, by the way, is a real doctor. So for him to also play this song and dance is, of course, expected, considering if you know his background, you know that he was already prosecuted for selling snake oil. Okay? But he's a real fucking doctor. It's crazy. He knows exactly what these kinds of idiotic decisions are going to lead to. But he doesn't give a fuck, because I'm sure he has a stake or something in whatever they're presenting as the cure to autism.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy, and thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud to announce today that the NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative to turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional $50 million to the cause of studying autism. Nearly 250 research teams from across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior. Given this wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches to the problem.
They're gonna fucking
The sharp
AI
rise
it.
in the prevalence of autism deserves
machine
an
learning.
urgent
Oh,
response by the
Lordy.
scientific community. As Bobby said, the NIH has invested a lot of money to study autism over the years.
Oh,
but
brother.
the research has not produced the answers that families and parents of autistic children deserve, and autistic children themselves deserve. For too long, it's been taboo to ask some questions for fear the scientific work might reveal a politically incorrect answer.
Oh my
Because
God.
of this restricted
Woke.
focus in scientific investigations, the answers
we're
for families have been
eradicating
similarly
woke
restricted,
from autism
often pointing families to
research.
behavioral therapies that don't work for every kid, or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over just a few decades, as the president said. In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do, I can say as a scientist myself, it's really tempting to delay, but but in face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. But we will not delay before telling American people about what we find, and we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases of autism. I'll leave the good news on these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Oz. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, who will tell you about these announcements of practical help for families with autism.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture. This administration is working together to ask big questions about why our nation's children are getting sick.
He ain't wrong. It is. It's just not in a good direction.
Medicine is doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew. But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we are not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch. Kids get frustrated, they get angry, they can be crying because they want to speak and they can't speak. It's hard to watch, and it may be entirely preventable. For an epidemiologist, that child is an expanding statistic. But for a child,
also need to understand something here. Not only is this like not a curable disease, but it's also not like a severe setback. So the way that they're presenting this as a curable disease is only going to stigmatize people with autism further. It's fucking nutty. This is just like, it's just eugenics, it seems like.
Between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism. And the Nurses' Health Study with researchers from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard looking at 9,000 kids found that acetaminophen use in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental disorders.
What if they find
4
autism
weeks
to be
ago,
inherited? I mean, it is. It is inherited. Will they start a sterilization campaign? Hope not.
Sure, you'll be able to find a study to the contrary. That's how science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, there is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen use and neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. We cannot wait any longer. And honestly, there's been this perfunctory, reactionary, mindless practice in medicine. I learned it in medical school and residency. Just treat all fevers, low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing? A study out of Hopkins actually showed that treating a fever can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding an infection.
Wait.
When my wife was pregnant,
this guy's
and
a
doctor.
Ain't no fucking way. How? How is that possible?
She said no, and then they looked to me, and I said absolutely no. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the FDA is filing a Federal Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to an autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway.
Bro, some fevers, if left unaddressed with medical intervention, can cause permanent brain damage and even kill people. What the fuck are we talking about, dude?
Folate deficiency.
What are you talking
Two-thirds
about?
of kids with autism symptoms had improvement, and some marked improvement. Mr. President, you told us to do what's medically right, to go bold, and not worry about the corporations and the lobbyists. So that's what we're here doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion in the president's voice. We've been hearing that since the inauguration. In fact, even before the inauguration, the president was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made it his life's work to address some of these challenges with autism, they challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power. If we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion and a very accelerated manner, we have a response today to the autism crisis. It is the first of several chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you.
I can't believe how many people are television guys, by the way. Dr. Ross, even RFK Jr. Like, this is the podcast their
based on
television
NIH
administration
research, is approving prescription leucovorin for treatment of autistic children. Now, if you're following the script, there should be two questions that you have, two questions that should come to your mind. The first is, how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how. Over half of American children are covered by Medicaid and CHIP, government health insurance, over half.
Well,
therefore, because they're
that
covered
too.
in Medicaid and CHIP, upon this label change by Marty, state Medicaid programs in partnership with CMS will cover prescription leucovorin around the country. It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication. States will also have tools to monitor its use and ensure appropriate utilization. That's important for a bunch of reasons, because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective treatment, you need a physician to prescribe the medication because it's on prescription. Second big question. How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the president's asking and the secretary insists that we offer? CMS is also issuing guidance to convene states and existing research networks to support NIH and FDA in their research efforts of prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries. Collecting real-world data, which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community, is fast. It is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the president and by the secretary, have already identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism.
This motherfucker's falling
It is the first
asleep.
of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary. The five-fold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response.
Face of autism, simply
the average
terrifying.
clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the president and the secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science. They restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. So let me introduce Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator. And after Dr. Fink, we've got some wonderful women, Jackie and Amanda. If, I know it's going to be tough, but if you can make some comments about this.
Bro, they're
historic
talking
day.
about
God bless
autism like it's like AIDS. They're talking about autism like it just like kills you. If you have the tism, you're cooked.
As a pediatrician and
And
mom,
not just like have, you know, varying degrees of hyperfixations on fucking trains and shit. You know what I mean? Or you're like a numbers guy.
of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy. It's hard to hear information
look at
that
kids with
challenges the status
autism.
quo. We are sharing this information not to confuse, but to
Same
empower
with men
parents to make the
kissing.
best choices when taking medications during pregnancy. We are all
Please
concerned
stop.
about
Some
the
kids
rising
have it
rates
worse than
of
you know. Shut the fuck up. I do know. That's why I said to varying degrees. It can be debilitating, but it's simply not a fucking disease.
so that
Okay?
patients have the best, most up-to-date information.
Oh my God, chatter.
We are also sharing this information with our nation's doctors, and we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you. All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby. As you heard today, pregnant women who need high fever or pain reduction during pregnancy should take the lowest effective dose of acetaminophen for the shortest possible duration. Most women will not meet these indications
Yelling at us on
during
won't
their
help when you have the
pregnancies.
president and staff up there straight up lying about it.
I am encouraged
Yeah,
by these developments today.
The administration is
because
like
it
one
another-
step removed from putting all autistic people that they've branded as autistic into fucking camps where they sterilize them by force. And there are parents in here with autistic children fucking yelling at me because I didn't like sufficiently talk about some of the worst aspects of this spectrum.
to have you here today.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and team, for all your work. This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is profoundly autistic. And you've probably heard if you've met one autistic child, you've met one autistic child. It's a spectrum, which I don't think the spectrum is helpful, but that's another conversation. He is an amazing little boy.
She's just dunking on her kid, bro. I got a 5-year-old with the full-blown tism.
He's marvelous. He can count to 1,000. He knows all of his letters and the sounds they make and a word for each one. But he also has a lot of obstacles. He is nonverbal. He can say those numbers and letters, but there's no communication. Unless you've lived with profound autism, you have no idea. You have no idea. He, like you said, he will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just doesn't understand what I'm saying. He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. That's the discipline. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism so you have these behaviors. And it's a very hopeless feeling. It's very isolating being a parent with a profound autistic child. Even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just helpless and you're just trying to protect your kid. So it's just better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard. This is amazing that we're here today. And no one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it. And you can't point to that and say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I'm completely open, not blaming anything, but I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done to find answers. I'm very grateful. I was already excited to vote for Mr. Trump anyway, Mr. President. But when we got word of RFK doing his work, I was ecstatic. I could not wait for this work to be done, that somebody would try to find us some answers. I'm just very grateful. I pray for my son
according
every
to
day.
Trump, it's because you fucking ate Tylenol when you were pregnant. How does that work?
I know, just thank you.
Yeah, you did this seemingly a horrible thing to your child because you presented as this horrible disease that you've inflicted upon your child.
So extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here and share my son's story. My son is Eddie. He's 11. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum from what Amanda just explained. He's considered high functioning. He was not always high functioning. He was nonverbal till the age 4. We've had quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful to President Trump and the entire administration for finally listening to
high functioning, low functioning is the older terminology that used to be used. I think they changed it. There's always patches on this stuff, but it just means that like high functioning just means that you don't need like a lot of assistance in terms of like socializing. You don't have like significant medical, significant dietary restrictions, things of that nature.
Or look at them like they were the crazy people. It's hard when you don't have doctors that take the time to really
the new meta is to say like support needs or something, right?
And it's just
back in my day it was high functioning, low functioning
for 9 years, and I'm so thankful to God for bringing the administration into our lives. And I'm speechless. This day is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things that no prior administration had. So I'm just here to express my gratitude, and I am looking forward to what comes
read a health
from this,
journal.
and hopefully we just get more answers.
Autism.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Full-blown autism.
So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference. So it's essentially Tylenol. And I just recommend strongly.
What's the smoke that these motherfuckers have for Johnson & Johnson, dude? They're just like, seems like they're just singling Johnson & Johnson out as like Tylenol making you autistic. Don't take it.
Are, would perhaps be forced to use it. And that would mean, you just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group, because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say, I want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it.
There's other acetaminophen generics out there.
Fight like hell not to take it.
I have it right
there
here.
There may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself.
This is why
don't take
I have the
Tylenol.
full-blown
Other
tism.
things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway, is, and it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest pile of stuff you've ever seen in your life going into the delicate little body of a baby, even if it's
delicate
2
little
years,
body
3 years,
of a
4
baby.
years. You just break it up into, I would say 5.
I'm doing
but
it.
Let's say 4
I'm
visits
doing
to the
it.
doctor instead of 1. And certain
my
things
neck
I think
pain.
you should do. We've already taken out and are in the process of taking out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury is. You know what aluminum is. Who the hell wants that pumped into a body? And there were rumors about both of them for a long time. But we're having them taken out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines.
And guess what?
Hepatitis B, again.
I'm pregnant. I'm pregante. I'm mpreg. And I just took some fucking acetaminophen, dude. God damn. You already know. I'm trying to make sure my next of kin, this baby that's coming out of my butt, is going to be the most autistic.
Common sense. And they have that too.
Mega autism.
They have that too, a lot. But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12. Sexually transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old. And there are a lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. Doesn't seem to be a problem at all. The MMR and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular shot, but the MMR is not. And I've heard for years that there's a problem with it, but they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together. So an MMR, go out and do it separately. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Now, Tylenol is fine for people that
Don't
aren't
do it, baby.
pregnant.
Don't
that
do it,
aren't,
baby.
in
Tough
a
it out,
situation
baby.
We're talking about one very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all, unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't
What
do
is
it.
this?
Break
Was that
up your
even a
visits
part?
to the doctors.
Was
Break
that
them
even a
up.
part of what the
45
doctors
if
were
you
saying?
can.
I mean,
It's inconvenient. It's inconvenient.
I made the
No, you're
mistake
gonna have
of
to go
claiming
back
the
another
doctors
year
are
later.
saying
You're gonna
this.
go back each year for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years. Just break it up. Break it up, because it's too much liquid. Too many different things are going into that baby at too big a
many
number.
liquids are going
the
into the
size of this
baby.
thing, when you look at it,
He's
it's like
fucking
80 different
freestyling.
vaccines and beyond vaccines, and 80.
Too many liquids
Then
to
you give
the
that to a
baby.
little kid. I mean, I can tell you that I had a woman who worked for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower, and she had the most perfect child, beautiful, just perfect.
But then the baby
And I
was
remember
hit
this
with
little
a
blonde-haired
full-blown
boy running around the
tism.
lobby of Trump Tower, so healthy and so vibrant.
And then he got
And
the
I said, "That's
Tylenol.
great."
One
And one
Tylenol
day,
and the baby is
I came in and she
autistic.
was crying, her eyes
He
out
keeps
behind the
talking
counter.
about trains and planes.
She worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never, as much as I've ever seen anyone distraught, she was. I said, "Are you okay? What happened?" My boy, I've lost my boy." "What does that mean, your boy?" "My boy, you know him, sir. You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. You know, it goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. We hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very high. And it's fried. They get fried. She said, I took him, he developed an unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And then I saw the boy. It was so tragic to see. That was the following day. After the vaccine. And I've seen it 2 other times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other times, where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot. The kid is, badly hurt. Let's be nice, badly hurt. And just do it. Break it up into 5. Break it up into 4. Break it up into 3 if you have to.
What
but
is
go to
this
the
guy
doctor 4
saying?
times
Like,
instead
this
of
is
once,
literally
or 5 times
the president
instead of once. And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body.
Giving
and maybe
medical
that's the drug
advice
companies that make more money that way,
as opposed to
maybe
the
it's
doctors,
because they don't want to be, doing this.
And
so
he's just
much.
talking
Maybe
out
it
of his
was-
ass.
Maybe
He's
it's the doctors.
freestyling.
They get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is? Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life with a lot of other things, you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give them a couple of Tylenol. They give them a shot. They give them a vaccine. And every time they give them a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And it doesn't hurt not to do it. It doesn't hurt. There's no downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem. But for years, we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination.
No,
and I'm
we
very
haven't.
happy that you broke out chickenpox because that was
we
really
haven't.
a problem.
No, that's not
And there
a
are
thing
other
that we've
things.
been
It's interesting
hearing.
because there are other things.
Hear other things.
We're talking about other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them
my
anymore. But for some
God.
reason, with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol.
Trump used
There's
platform
no
of presidents to
downside.
promote unproven
Don't
testing
take
Tylenol
it.
vaccines, autism without new
You'll be
evidence.
uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe. But don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And don't give it to the baby after the baby is born. And you know what? We have more than 3 years left. And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this, I told them that this is the number one thing I want to do from you. And we have something else called Favored Nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500, 1,200. We're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called Favored Nations. We're going to be paying what right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, or we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud in my first term that for the final year, drug prices went down 0.25%. And I was so proud. I said, why? I'm the first one to do it. I think it was 28 years, they said, where drug prices went down from the beginning of the term to the end. And I was so proud. I called a news conference. I said, drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have them go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill. From $1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me.
Oh,
but
my
they pay
God.
$1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, what's this all about? we're subsidizing the rest of the world stupidly because we have a lot of stupid people in this country running things.
Okay.
And how
He's
big
never
is that?
coming
But
after
to me,
Zim
that's
'cause he
nothing compared
consumes
to
it.
autism. I see that gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You know, you bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay? A big one. I saved it for you, okay? Because I heard you were coming. Look how beautiful he is. So that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it. And we're going to have, I think, really, if you do all the things that I say, break it up, just break it up, break up the shots with the doctor. MMRs, as I told you, separate, separate, separate. Chickenpox already separate. You do these things, I'm telling you, I want to, when I leave office, I don't want to have, it's going to be the kind of number that we're hearing where it's 1 in 32 or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's get it back to maybe 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000 or maybe none in 20,000. And the only way you're going to do that, because this is artificially induced. This is induced by something. You don't go from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000, then to 1 in 10. That means you're taking something and something's wrong. And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we're going to have a tremendous, this is the most important. There's nothing more important than me. We cured inflation that Biden gave us. He gave us so much inflation, the biggest ever in history. We got inflation done. We brought prices down. We gave you the largest tax cuts, all that stuff. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what we're doing today. This means everything. So we're going to save a lot of children from a tough life, really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents from a tough life. Okay, how about a few questions? Let's just make it on this subject. This is so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, some nonsense on the economy.
This is so important.
And
Don't
I will
make
say
me
this,
ramble. I
the
will
economy
ramble.
is unbelievable. The stock market just hit another record high and all that stuff. This means more to me. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I have one on your announcement, one on vaccines that's also related.
Yes.
Why do you think we haven't heard more previously about the tie to
Woke.
autism and acetaminophen?
Nobody knows. I don't know. Not only that, when you say it, you get attacked. I was saying something similar, not as strongly, because now facts are on our side. But I was saying it with Bobby 20 years ago, and I was attacked. I said, whoa, what was that all about?
Trump has always been a vaccine skeptic and talked about how too many vaccines is what causes autism. He used to say that all the time.
Drug companies, doctors, I don't know what it is. All I want to do, I don't care. I don't care about being attacked. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that the numbers at the end of our term or shortly thereafter could be really phenomenal. I want it to go up just like it came down to this horrible level. 1 in 10, 1 in 12. I was told 1 in 10. I was told 1 in 12. Today I heard 1 in 31 if you add the girls and the boys together. It's crazy. And it was 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 20,000. It's not even sustainable for a country. You want to know the truth. And there are other places that don't have it.
That's not true.
And they have things in common.
That's not true.
And that's called medical
That's literally
research.
not true. If there are no autism diagnoses taking place, that is a matter of diagnostics, not a matter of there's no autism in those countries. And considering that this is seen as a spectrum in terms of like the social component, okay, many people that have it, including like older generations of people that have it, might not even know that they have it. They're just, back in the day, look, this is fucking broad. This is very broad, right? Back in the day, when someone was autistic, they would just go, he's a little weird, okay? That's it. Especially if they were like low needs or low support needs autistic. They would just go, that guy likes math. That guy's a little weird. It is what it is, okay? That's it. And then they would lobotomize the people with high support needs, okay? That's how they used to do it back then. Now, obviously, that wasn't great either. Okay, but that was it. They would just be like, oh, he's eccentric, you know? Yeah, your grandmother that collects spoons, just a little eccentric. Your uncle that loves model trains, just a little eccentric. That's it. The idea that this is like not seen elsewhere is just a matter of diagnostics. And considering that this is not like a disease or anything, like it's just more so a matter of normalizing. It's just more so a matter of fucking normalizing the way that the way that people deal with autism that they have, and also other people that have you know, a better way of socializing with people who have autism.
How do you clear up this confusion? That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups. And you know what? Maybe they're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the facts bear it out at all. They're fighting for something that, in my opinion, they shouldn't be fighting for. But here's the thing. There's no downside to doing, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out a little bit. There's no downside to doing this. It's not like, oh, if you do this, you're going to die.
There's no downsides to the unlimited amount of unsubstantiated medical skepticism that we just presented. And also the fact that I even doubled down on another unsubstantiated, totally ridiculous statement about vaccines. No downsides whatsoever to vaccine skepticism, except for previously combated diseases coming back because people are just not going to get vaccinated for it.
And there's no downside to doing it. Everything I said, there's no downside to doing it. It can only be good. And I think you're going to see very good results. That's establishment stuff. And we've been reading that about a lot of things for years. And you know what's happened? We've gone from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 32 to 1 in 10. Think of it. 1 in 10 or 12 or 1 in 31. Think of it. 1 in 31 people, young kids, get autism? What is it, Jeff?
My question is about leucovorin. You mentioned that as part of your plan. That is also a chemotherapy treatment. Have you been in touch with the drug companies to increase production about that? And I'm going to throw in my follow-up at the same time. Dr. Oz mentioned that this will be available with CHIP, children who are on CHIP. But the big beautiful bill reduced funding for CHIP and Medicaid by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Are you concerned that that will impact your ability to get this drug out?
I'll explain it to you in a second, but please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leucovorin is not a chemotherapy, but it is a vitamin given with chemotherapy sometimes. And the idea here is that the folic acid receptor in the brain is blocked by some antibody response. It might be 20, 40, 50% of kids with autism. And leucovorin will bypass that blocked receptor. And that's why so many doctors are probably seeing so much clinical improvement on kids with leucovorin.
Production.
Yeah, we've been in touch with the companies, and they are prepared to ramp up production, and we actually talked to them about a month ago.
And on your second part of your nasty question, the number is that the great big beautiful bill, which is the greatest, I think one of the best things ever passed in the history, with the tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of the things it does, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, all of it does. It also gives $200 million, as just explained by Dr. Oz. And I'd like you to explain that, to exactly what you're saying.
The Big Beautiful Bill actually increases Medicaid spending projected over the next 10 years by $200 billion. There's also a $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund, which will allow a lot of these programs to get in the rural parts of the country that the President and Congress are handing to governors to start distributing. Those grants have already gone out. The money will be allocated by the end of this calendar year. And I want to point out that the ability of NIH to do research that feeds and hands the ball to the FDA, which then can change labeling to allow Medicaid programs in states to fund this program, will ensure that the things that President Trump and Secretary Kennedy desire are financially affordable for the families around America.
You mentioned CHIP, sir. That's why I asked that question. You mentioned that CHIP would fund this for children.
Well, most of the kids are on Medicaid, probably 43% on Medicaid, another 8-10% on CHIP, and all the programs in general are being evaluated. Most of what the One Big Beautiful Bill was seeking to do was to remove fraud, waste, and abuse. But the programs themselves should stay financially intact for the people for whom they were designed, and in this case, for children.
And the only thing we cut, so that's $200 billion positive. The only thing we cut was for fraud, waste, and abuse, of which there was a lot in this country, and nobody minds that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said that there is no reason to give newborn babies hepatitis B vaccines. But hepatitis B can be contracted not just through sexually transmitted diseases, it can come from needles to open wounds. So when you say you feel, is that appropriate to be telling?
I think it's absolutely appropriate. I think they should wait till they're 12 years old. Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you all for being here. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines. Would you like other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out, like MMRV?
What is this again?
You've been talking.
Speak up, please.
Sir. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines.
Right, correct.
Would you like the other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out, like MMRV?
I would say yes, but that just is, for me, it's a lot of common sense involved in this. It's a process, but we're looking, but it should at least be given separately. Now, it's possible that you can reduce them and I'd give them in small doses, but it's possible maybe in that particular case, the MMR wouldn't work in small doses, but you can certainly give them as separate shots. It's been proven to be very safe when you give them in separate shots instead of mixing. So I don't think there's any reason to do that. Do you agree with it? I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to do that. So it's been proven to be safe when you break them up. But MMR by itself, I've heard bad things about it for many years. Yes, please.
That's a great way to end that conversation. I'm not a doctor. Why am I giving my opinion? A question we are all asking.
With a population of children who might have social boundary difficulties, and then you have children who are, going to grow up to be adults in diapers. I mean, what do you think?
We don't know how broad the spectrum is. We don't know exactly where it starts and where it ends, but we do know what we're going through. We're going through some very serious trouble, and we know autism. I mean, it could be bigger, it could be small, a little bit smaller, but the number is unacceptable. And the number, the way it's come down, because the spectrums remain the same, the number, the way it's come down is just unacceptable, meaning come down to that level of 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 31.
Mr. President, medical professionals.
Go ahead in the back.
Mr. President, this question is more directed towards Secretary Kennedy. It was talked about that we're just kind of finding out about the fact that babies are affected this way. Is there a concern that information is being suppressed right now within HHS, and could an investigation perhaps be launched seeing any more
Well, I think information has been really not given out very freely over the years, absolutely. And I think that's by drug companies and maybe doctors, but I certainly think that over the years. I think this is a different group. We have a lot of information. And that information, I mean, it's the information that we have that we're making these statements. And I'm making them out front, and I'm making them loud, and I'm making them strongly not to take Tylenol, not to take it. Just don't take it unless it's absolutely necessary, and there's not too many cases where that will be the case. And again, what's the worst? The worst is nothing can happen. It's very positive. That's a positive thing. But I don't believe I don't actually believe that's possible. I think the results are going to be amazing. I want to see amazing results by the time I leave this beautiful building. And I will consider this, I believe, with the wars, I've stopped 7 different wars. I've saved millions of lives. I've done a lot of things. This will be
I thought
as
we weren't
important
talking
as
about
any
other
single
shit.
thing I've done. Because
Turns
I
out we
know
are.
ladies, beautiful ladies just like this that are going through the same thing. And it's not easy. And I admire you for being able to do it. But I admire him, too. I wish I had a face that looked like that. If
Do they just want a mountain of litigation? Is that what it is? Like, what the fuck were they thinking with this?
Is widely used in other countries too. As you make this announcement, do you expect your decision may affect
I
other
hope they
countries?
follow it, yeah. I hope they follow it. Yeah, other countries are, sell Tylenol. Some countries don't. I mean, I hear Cuba, now, again, you'll have to check this out, but I hear Cuba doesn't have it because it's very expensive. And they don't have the money to have it, or they don't want to spend the money to have it. They don't have Tylenol. and I hear they have essentially no autism. So you'll have to check it out. Yeah, right.
Medical professionals have warned
No,
for decades.
I said, no, not you. You're CNN. You're fake news. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Amish community, if I can, just for a second. I recently saw a man from Minnesota, an Amish man from Minnesota, on a podcast, and the host asked him what the rates were for like ADHD and autism, and he had no idea about ADHD.
Oh my God, Theo
Vaughn existed.
Oh my God, it's because of Theo Vaughn. Oh my God, Theo Vaughn is literally. Oh no.
Community, and they don't take all of this junk.
Dude, they don't go to the fucking doctor. That doesn't mean that they don't have autism. What the fuck is going on, bro? Oh my God!
They don't take it.
Yeah, if they don't go to the fucking doctor, then they don't know if they have fucking autism or ADHD. It's that simple. What the fuck?
Not. And we know
it's like literally before the first autism diagnosis, nobody had autism. Okay? Yeah, I guess nobody. No, it doesn't mean that nobody had autism. It just means that nobody was diagnosed with autism.
Causes of autism.
I wish they would, yeah.
And why are they so close-minded?
Well, they just...
Yeah, at a time when everyone was dying by the age of 10, okay? But when kids were just dropping before vaccines, when kids were dropping before the age of 10, nobody knew why they were dying, but they were dying for some reason. They were dying, but they were healthy. They didn't have autism.
Some people think, mostly Republicans, actually, I'll tell you, the Democrats think it was, they think Operation Warp Speed was one of the greatest things any president has done, any president. It's, we're very proud of what happened. We got hit with something that came from a place that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. Those things take place, and you're very unpleasantly surprised. But no, I'm a big believer in vaccines, the polio vaccine, big believer in vaccines. I know Bobby and you guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But I've seen how great vaccines can be, how incredible they can be. So I'm a believer. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
Your comments made about MMR and hepatitis B, and you
Right.
said those were your suggestions, but have you spoken with Secretary Kennedy about actually making those changes?
I have. I've spoken to all the doctors about it, and doctors that are not here right now. I've spoken to many doctors about everything we're talking about. And the Tylenol has started to be spoken of over the last period of time, but we've been doing the research. A lot of what they've been speaking about comes from right here, by research done by these people. And I just say it again, don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. And don't give it to your child after your child is born. And do all those other things, little things, just spread out your visits, et cetera, on the vaccine. And I want to thank everybody. This is a very important day. Thank you very much.
Will you meet with the Democratic leader, sir?
Oh my God, bro. I mean, let's be real. This was like, what was the alternative, What's the alternative? Of course this was going to happen. Of course this was going to happen. And this is just the beginning, too. It's going to get even worse than this. You let the fucking madmen run the asylum, and this is what's going to happen. I mean, I guess, like, in some ways, I thought that while liberal capitalism is in decline, corporate interests would still offer some significant setbacks to this administration accelerating the decline. Because, like, you just don't want, it's not good for even the capital owners if, like, people are this stupid, right? If they're anti-science, anti-medicine to this degree, it's still not good for the profit margins, right? But it turns out there's nothing people can do. These guys are just going to do whatever the fuck they want. I cannot believe it. It feels so insane that this is the administration, this is the government, this is the president. These are the people running the FDA and the CDC and the HHS. this PhD organic chemistry guy says RFK Jr. is set to announce Tylenol causes autism, and then it'll push the cure. Leucovorin, folinic acid. Who sells folinic acid? Dr. Oz's supplement company, iHerb. Sal baba. Ne? Eyvallah. Think about that. A government health official tied to the very supplement company that benefits from RFK Jr.'s bogus cure. This is in public health. Is corrupt. It's corruption dressed up as wellness. We're so cooked. We're so unimaginably cooked. Here's the most recent and largest study I could find. Folinic acid modestly reduced autism severity in a 2024 RCT with the biggest gains in kids with folate receptor autoantibodies. Safe, but the benefit, give or take 1 point on CARS, may be too small to be clinically meaningful. A 24-week double-blind trial tested high-dose folinic acid in 80 children with autism ages 2 to 10. Both placebo and treatment groups improved. A million studies that prove that Tylenol is the least consequential anti-inflammatory drug that pregnant parents can take doesn't mean anything. One study on the opposite side that says folinic acid could be helpful in reducing some of the aspects of autism, then, you know, all systems go. Fucking dope, man. I don't know. I just don't know what to say. What do you say to this? What do you say to this? What the fuck do you say to any of this? What an insane situation we found ourselves in. I mean, it's expected, but it still feels crazy when you're watching it unfold, you know? Let's see what CNN had to say about this autism shit.
At the United Nations, France joining more than 145
Never mind, they're talking about France recognizing
the Palestinian state.
The Palestinian state, which, of course, in and of itself is an important news story. We'll talk about that as well.
Kingdom and Canada announcing they, too, will now recognize a Palestinian state. The shift playing out as a humanitarian crisis in Gaza intensifies and as Israel tightens its grip on Gaza City. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insisting there will be no Palestinian state and that these countries are, quote, giving a massive prize to terror. Joining us now from outside the UN is the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. It's good to have you with us, Mr. Ambassador. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that he is preparing for Israel to enter what he calls an era of isolation. What exactly does that look like for Israel?
Well, we just saw what happened in the General Assembly. We saw the hypocrisy, the theater, countries coming and demanding demands from Israel, ignoring the reality, what's happening on the ground, the fact we have still 48 hostages in Gaza. But we are determined. We are determined to finish the job and to bring back all the hostages. I listened very carefully to the speeches today. Many leaders said we expect Hamas not to be part of the equation in the future. But no one actually explained how it's going to be accomplished, because they know it's only on our shoulders. That's the duty to make sure Hamas will be out of the game. So we will continue, we will finish the job, and we will create a better opportunity not only for Israelis, but also for the Palestinians in Gaza.
In terms of creating better opportunities, as you know, a short time ago, Emmanuel Macron of France announced that his country will officially recognize the state of Palestine. He said that this is, in his view, the only solution that would actually allow Israel to live in peace. And when it comes to Hamas, over the weekend, in an interview with CBS, he said he believes this move will actually help to isolate Hamas. Here's a little bit more of what he had to say.
Hamas is just obsessed by destroying Israel. But I recognize the legitimacy of so many Palestinian people who want a state, who are a people, they want a nation, they want a state, And we should not push them towards Hamas. If we don't offer them a political perspective and such a recognition, the unique answer will be security, and they will be completely trapped by Hamas as the unique option.
So as you hear him arguing there when it comes to the Palestinian people, he's saying this is an important alternative to make sure they don't turn to Hamas and go with Hamas. Are you concerned moving forward here? And he points out he believes the continuing surge of Gaza could actually drive people to become not only more anti-Israel, but drive them to support Hamas. What is the plan to make sure that doesn't happen for Palestinians?
I don't think they can become more anti-Israel.
Well, I think it's exactly the opposite. I think that what we are seeing, it's like virtual reality. President Macron, he doesn't know the facts. Only yesterday Hamas put a statement thanking him for convening this show at the UN and basically telling him that that's the continuation of October 7th. So when Hamas is praising you, one should know that there is a problem with what he is doing. And basically what we saw here was support for terrorism, not for peace. We are a peaceful nation. We signed peace treaties with so many countries. But in order to do that, you have to sit down and negotiate, not to come to the UN and have empty declarations. And I would add my point. In one of the interviews, President Macron mentioned that there is no Hamas in Judea and Samaria. He's wrong again. Unfortunately, Hamas is there, and they are active there. And even the PA can acknowledge that they have issues dealing with radicals in Judea and Samaria. So maybe he has like a different aspirations for the region, but he has to face reality. We are there. We know what's happening on the ground. That's why we are committed to make
West
sure
Bank
that
as
Israel
well.
is a safe place and Hamas is not there.
Sundown tonight, of course, will mark the beginning of the Jewish New Year. Hamas today released a propaganda video of a 24-year-old hostage, Alon Ohel, urging the U.S. to stop supporting Netanyahu's decisions. Now, the family has asked the media not to show that video. What is your message tonight to hostage families as they mark Rosh Hashanah, as they welcome in a new year without their loved ones?
We are praying for the hostages. We know 2 years, it's a very long time. We know that the physical condition of the hostages, we cannot describe the details, unfortunately. And you mentioned the videos that we're receiving, they want to hear the families. But we are committed to bring them home. And I hope that this year, this Jewish New Year, will bring with it a new message that the hostages will come home. And we want to finish this war. Don't be mistaken. We have no desire to stay in Gaza or to prolong this war. We want to finish with it. But what we saw here at the UN, it's actually supporting Hamas. It doesn't support ending of the war.
Ambassador Denny, to know we need to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica.
Dude, this is not news. This is not news broadcasting.
Thanks so much for joining us here on The Lead. I'm Erica Hill, in today for Jake Tapper. And we begin with the news coming out of Washington. Plenty happening, of course, in the nation's capital. This hour, President Trump's message to Pam Bondi. It is a direct message. The U.S. Attorney General suggesting...
God damn, everything sucks so bad, dude. Everything is so fucking ass. It is crazy.
President Trump putting...
we got Attorney General Pam Bondi investigating political enemies. I have Blowback's very own Noah Cohen coming on to promote the new season, the upcoming season, in a brief moment after I'm done eating this food real quick. And of course, there is a fuck ton more to talk about. But yeah, I guess we'll stay with CNN's coverage for now.
Or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it.
It is important to note, to stress, decades of evidence shows that Tylenol is safe. The head of the FDA will be here with the administration's new claim ahead this hour. Also, the fine for Syracuse University, accusing the team of faking injuries during Saturday's football game. Let's get you straight, though, to the breaking news out of the White House. President Trump's comments just moments ago linking children and autism to Tylenol when used by pregnant women. CNN's Kristen Holmes was in the room when the president made a number of incredible claims. Kristen, there is a lot of pushback on this announcement, but the Secretary of Health, the president, really standing firm there.
They are, and a couple of things to note here. So part of the big announcement was the fact that the FDA will now advise doctors that there is this link, they say, between autism and acetaminophen. They also said there would be a warning label that was put on acetaminophen, which is essentially Tylenol, warning pregnant women of the risks of taking it. But we had a lot of questions that went unanswered. And yes, there is an enormous amount of pushback, but we still don't have entire clarity on the picture here. President Trump at one point saying that we looked at things differently than others did. That was something we also heard from the press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, that they were looking at things through a new lens. But some of what he said goes against so much of what we have heard. And I'm not just talking about the links to autism. That, of course, is something, as you mentioned, that there has been an ongoing debate about. We have heard from medical professionals for decades that Tylenol is safe, but this has been a theory and something that has been studied at length because of potential concerns. But there are also questions in what he said that go back to women getting pregnant and what we've been told by medical professionals for decades. One of them, for example, is that he said that women should just tough it out if they get a fever, that they shouldn't take Tylenol or acetaminophen under any circumstances. To be very clear, there is no alternative for pregnant women. Every other painkiller or fever reducer has shown adverse side effects. So Tylenol is the only option. Women are told that it is incredibly dangerous, particularly in the first trimester, to reach a high fever. It could lead to miscarriage. It could lead to complications for both the mother and the baby.
Just
and
tough it
President
out,
Trump
bro.
continued to say there was no downside to waiting through the fever, to toughing it out, to just not taking Tylenol. Again, that was the question that I would have asked had he taken that question. I think it's one that many women are going to be deeply concerned about. Of course, the other fear in this is that if women do get a high fever, that they won't take it because they're going to be afraid that it will lead to autism, but instead...
I guess technically if the baby dies due to incredibly high fever that is left unaddressed because of this newfound fear, technically that baby won't actually have autism. So in some ways, he's not wrong. You know what I mean?
And one point to make here is that President Trump and RFK, the HHS secretary, had promised that they would have answers on autism by September. It is now September, but big questions are, did the data change? What were they looking at that seemed different than the studies that we've been really discussing and have been in and out of mainstream media, Erica? It's not as though this has been some kind of just fringe thing. This has been something that has been under discussion for decades, but ultimately health providers said and ruled that it was safer to use Tylenol and that it was safe to use Tylenol in pregnancy, particularly if you needed it.
Yeah, there has been a significant amount of study, as you point out. Kristen at the White House, really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll also just a note, stay with us just ahead this hour. I'll be speaking with the FDA commissioner specifically about these new recommendations and what the science is behind them. That's still to come here. Meantime, in our Law and Justice lead, President Trump is ramping up his attacks against his political enemies. At Charlie Kirk's memorial on Sunday, Trump taking a much different approach than that of Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk.
The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us.
That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica.
Well, the president's remark come just one day after he also publicly put pressure on the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to prosecute his political enemies. In a Truth Social post directed at Bondi, Trump mentioned three of his adversaries, former FBI Director James Comey, New York Democratic Attorney General Letitia James, and Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California, and then added, quote, "We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served," as you see that last part there in all caps, now. I want to bring in now my panel of legal experts, civil rights attorney Maya Wiley and former Trump attorney Bill Brennan. It's good to have both of you with us. The White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about this repeatedly today as to specifically whether the president is weaponizing the Justice Department. Here's what she had to say.
We are not going to tolerate gaslighting from anyone in the media or from anyone on the other side who is trying to say that it's the president who is weaponizing the DOJ. It was Joe Biden and his attorney general who weaponized the DOJ. He wants accountability for these corrupt fraudsters who abused their power, who abused their oath of office to target the former president and then candidate for the highest office in the land.
Incredible. We'll get back to this in a brief moment. I am now calling Noah Colwyn and Brendan of the Blowback Podcast to talk to them about the new episode of Blowback coming out. Hello? Hey, can you hear me, Noah? Brendan?
Hey. Hey, fellas.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the HasanAbi Broadcast.
Thanks for having us back.
Yeah,
Later.
we got some return customers here. All right. So, as is tradition, whenever you guys have a new season that comes out, I bring you guys on to talk about all the things that you're covering, while giving as little spoilers as possible. What is this? What's this season going to be about?
This season, our 6th season of Blowback, will be about the Cold War showdown in Africa. One of them, but probably the biggest and most vast, the Civil War in Angola, because that was a conflict that was pretty important. The Cold Warriors in America didn't really focus too much on Africa until there was a real showdown, not only between Portugal, which was a kind of backward empire that was behind the 8 ball in terms of decolonizing by this point in the 20th century, but then South Africa, which wanted to spread the sort of apartheid mini imperium that it was building in southern Africa into places like Namibia, which was a neighbor of both Angola and South Africa, and elsewhere. And when they trained their sights on Angola, it was the Cubans, Fidel Castro and the Cuban leadership, sent tens of thousands of troops to go help defend their African ally from the apartheid government. And the Soviet Union joined in as well. So then it became this kind of real important aspect of the Cold War, where you had the CIA, foreign mercenaries, and South Africa on one side, as well as a very prominent warlord we can talk about in a bit, maybe, inside of Angola. And you had revolutionary Cuba, Angola, and the Soviet Union on the other. So it's exciting for us because we've never done a season on the African continent before. And it's also a return of a lot of protagonists from previous seasons and antagonists from previous seasons that I think people might be excited to see back.
And there's also, I think, a piece of the story that people who've listened to our show before, we sort of fill in, I think, in even greater detail, a lot of how politics and how American foreign policy changes in the late 70s and 80s in particular, through the Carter and Reagan White Houses, with a lot of emphasis on particularly the Reagan White House's approach to have kind of like world contras, to arm proxy fighters, whether they were standing armies of other countries or guerrilla fighters and rebels, who fought against wherever we thought Soviet communism was. And Angola is one of the more unheralded battlegrounds of that effort.
Yeah. Is there an Israel angle that you guys address in this as well, considering that Israel was also a very valuable ally to South Africa in these endeavors, both a valuable ally to the United States of America against rising tides of pan-Arabic nationalism that presented a significant threat to American interests in the region, but also an incredibly reliable ally to another apartheid, the South African apartheid system.
Yeah.
We know in our first episode, I'm glad you asked, Hasan, because in our first episode, I'm actually currently, I was tuning into your stream earlier. I saw you're about to play the Twin Snakes. You're in the middle of playing Twin Snakes. I'm currently doing a mini-series with Felix, our mutual friend Felix Biederman, about Metal Gear Solid. And we like to drop in Metal Gear clips whenever we can into Blowback. And it was real easy this time because in MGS5, half the game takes place in Angola, or on the Angola-Zaire border region, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
And there's a really funny tape, because that game has so many tapes of, lore and background. There's a really great tape that Felix sent me that I'd forgotten about, where Kazuhira Miller, chatters and listeners, if you know, you know, he's talking to Big Boss and he's updating him on the geopolitical scene as you begin the game. And he says, South Africa has recently been making waves because of a nuclear test in the Indian Ocean. And it got that nuclear know-how from a certain ally. And the game doesn't say what that certain ally is. I don't know if the script originally did. And the, pressure to not state what, the open secret is, that Israel is a nuclear armed state with the know-how and the ability to proliferate nuclear arms. But with South Africa, Israel was, it unquestionably had a special relationship. It didn't just sell them conventional weapons, and I can throw that to Noah in a second, throughout the years. But yeah, we focus on not only its diplomatic cover for South Africa, because it did formally condemn apartheid, but it would duck votes condemning apartheid, just like South Africa would duck votes condemning Israel's occupation of Palestine and Palestinian land. But we try to keep tabs. It's not about Israel and South Africa wholly, although we have a bonus episode about it. But we try to keep tabs on this special relationship, which I'm sure Noah can. I can hand it off to Noah at that right there.
Yeah. So as Brendan
Wait,
mentioned,
no, before you continue, hold on.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're on the right source for your audio?
Oh, me?
Yeah, because you're not on a mic. It seems like you sound like you're coming from like a webcam mic or something.
I'm using AirPods right now.
Oh, that's probably why. All right. Well, then it's all good.
Yeah. No, I apologize. I don't have my usual crisp audio setup. I'm on the road. The bonus episode that we have will go into a lot more detail about this. And the bonus episodes for our season, by the way, are behind a paywall. So if you want to know the full story, you got to go to blowback.show and fork over $25 annually. And that gives you our whole back catalog, the whole new season, all of it's ad-free. And the bonus episodes, because of some late-breaking interviews, are going to be ready on, I think, Monday is our goal. So the part of what will come up in the bonus episode and what Brendan, to pick up where Brendan had kind of left off, Israel and South Africa were very, very good friends. I quote former Israeli ambassador to South Africa as describing the relationship as being very intimate. And it gets especially frisky in the mid-1970s when Israel and South Africa begin collabing on nukes. And they have this test. It's a big secret that then becomes a not so secret when it commences in 1979. And subsequent to that, Israel has this interesting relationship with South Africa where Israelis and a lot of people who journalists have interviewed from Israel about this, they kind of claim credit for having helped build the South African arms industry. They say that we were really essential in getting them, up and off the ground, because we had to do the same thing in the 1950s under similar conditions. And then you also have Israel sort of in this interesting relationship with South Africa as both buyer and seller. Israel was the one that would upgrade South Africa's fighter jets to be as modern as possible, because South Africa was still, as a result of being apartheid, this hyper-sanctioned pariah state that just did not have many friendly governments with whom it could openly ally and make these kinds of or pursue these sorts of advanced weapons technologies. And right up until the very end of apartheid, I mean, in the last couple of years, beginning in '89, the Israelis understand that, like, publicly they've got to back off a bit. But pretty much up until the end of apartheid, Israel was one of apartheid South Africa's great co-conspirators. And because the war in Angola was probably the biggest South African military project of the final 15, 20 years of its existence, Israel was a part of that. Israeli advisors went to South Africa in '76 at the time of their invasion, or the immediate aftermath of Angolan independence, and even more so when the when the Cuban troops and when others were pressuring South Africa militarily at the end of the 80s, when South Africa was like, well, fuck, we got to get long range nukes to have like a really good threat, to make sure that we can make sure that we're not a direct threat. It was the Israelis who were helping to work to upgrade their arsenal, feverishly to make that possible.
What are the reasons as to why America was so tied to the hip with all of these nations, specifically South Africa, and the continuation of unjustifiable structures, whether it be the apartheid or just like wholesale oppression of the indigenous population?
Whether it's the Democratic administration under Jimmy Carter or Ronald Reagan, there was always lip service paid to the idea that apartheid is a disgusting system that someday on the horizon we should all hope is put to bed. And there was a lot of theater around that. But ultimately, especially at this point in the Cold War, the perception of the United States, and this is an older interview that we kind of re-injected into this season because it was so relevant, but in our season 2 bonus episode from many years ago, I spoke to the ambassador to Angola, Cuba's ambassador to Angola, a man named Oscar Ramos Oliva, and asked him directly about these types of questions, from the perspective of a socialist country defending Angola. Why was the United States so wrapped up in this nasty customers like apartheid South Africa? But at the time, the perception was that these liberation movements across Africa, there were too many of them that were openly allied with the Soviet Union, or at least neutral. There were some that distanced themselves and some that cowed toward American influence, including those who initially began as ostensibly socialist parties. But Angola was one that, under Agostinho Neto, who was the kind of most prominent and well-respected and fondly remembered founding father of modern Angola, he was someone who had no problem allying with the Soviets, and using whomever was willing to help to develop his country. And the United States didn't like that. It was a zero-sum game in many cases in the minds of the Cold Warriors. And so that meant dealing with apartheid South Africa. It meant with dealing with Zaire's dictator, Mobutu Sese Seko, who was sort of America's beat cop in Central Africa, who had been such a huge part of disposing with Patrice Lumumba, the popular leader in what is now called the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but under Mobutu became Zaire. So we had our beat cops, and it was Mobutu. It was a black leader who was nevertheless very anti-communist. And we had other beat cops who were white supremacists in South Africa. And then when you really get into this season, you see another one of our sort of Contras, our Contra leaders in the area, was Jonas Savimbi, an infamous warlord at this point, at least among, I would argue, most people, maybe not some people who still have fond memories of working with him back in the day. But he partnered with South Africa as a black nationalist because he said, hey, if I'm going to get my rivals overthrown through a white supremacist government to my south, who cares? His attitude was all's fair in love and war. So the United States was kind of a part of that coalition to stop any sort of progressive, Soviet-friendly black nationalist government in the area.
Usually, in blowback seasons, you guys often have like a unique character that you highlight, oftentimes as responsible for some like comical developments. Do you guys have individually like a favorite character that you want to specify from this season?
I think Savimbi for me is the character that we clearly, there's just so much to talk about there because of the two-faced aspect of what PR firms in America, not to mention the Reagan administration itself, drew up on him. There was even a a potential Hollywood movie that ended up just being a South African production. Warner Bros. Dropped out, meant to boost his profile. I wouldn't call him he was a funny character in some ways. He was a very, very odd duck. He was a incredibly, talented tactician and military strategist. He spoke, I don't know how many languages, was able to become the face of a rather unsavory movement when all is said and done, that was able to meet with presidents and prime ministers despite a lot of baggage. But we interviewed one former State Department official, Chaz Freeman, a lot of visits with Savimbi, who said, yeah, he was a very brilliant guy. He and this is his theory. I don't know if this has really been verified. But as far as Chaz Freeman told us, he was a really accomplished guy, very personally brilliant guy. He did have cerebral malaria. It made him murder a lot of people. And I was conscious of that when I'd go to bring him books, because he would always ask me for books when I came to visit. And as Freeman puts it, in order to get strangled, if he was maybe in a bad mood, I made sure I had exactly what he asked for from the DC bookstore I was coming from all the way over in America. So Savimbi's definitely a character, but as usual, I mean, there's a lot of interesting types.
What about you? Noah? You got someone?
It's Savimbi. Jonas Savimbi is the most interesting person this season as a character. But I want to add that the cerebral malaria piece of it that Freeman came up with is unverified, which we make a point of saying in the regular show, in the main episode of the show when we discuss it later. But it is sort of a good reflection of how a guy who was later accused of extreme personal brutality, people made excuses for him. They said, "Oh yeah, he had malaria that made him kill people," which just isn't
you're being ableist.
Possible. But yeah, Savimbi is it for me.
Burning witches, at the stake is something to do when you're really afraid. So it's not funny. But that was essentially the attitude. I mean, Savimbi's organization, UNITA, it was cast as this romantic liberation movement. But while there were, I think, patriotic Angolans who belonged to that movement, who, for whatever reason, for some reasons that are understandable, were suspicious of the Progressive Party that was actually the government, the MPLA. A lot of people were disillusioned. And ultimately, it was Savimbi that kept the war going for decades after it could have ended. But he was a tool of the Americans. I just want to throw in another thing about your question about Israel and South Africa. I don't want to spoil anything either, but one thing that was striking to us and that we were obviously conscious of while writing and recording the series, there are a lot of disturbing echoes in the coverage of the war in Angola that people may be, unfortunately, familiar with in the news cycle we've experienced, or the actual news for the past 2 years.
What would be some parallels?
I wouldn't call South Africa's wars, Bush wars in southern and southwest Africa, is exactly the same level or nature of Israel's genocide in Palestine. There are some similarities, but there are also some serious differences. But we have South Africa bombing refugee camps and claiming that they were actually terrorist strongholds. And after international bodies either said that is unproven or in fact disproven, South Africa would simply point to sketchy documents that showed there was some nefarious terrorist underground layer that they had managed to wipe out, when in fact it was refugees in tents. The nature of working with mercenaries from inside the enemy territory. I know that there's, obviously you've probably covered the reports of that happening inside of where Israel blames it on Hamas, but in fact, it's actually, collaborators that they're looking to stitch up their enemy.
Yeah,
there are.
Oh, sorry. I was saying just like the ISIS affiliate drug dealers, Abu Shabab and his clan, that has wreaked havoc in the Gaza Strip under the watchful eye of the Israeli state. They're not.
I mean,
they utilize the local
Savimbi
forces.
Exactly, and there was a lot of that going on vis-a-vis South Africa. Savimbi would probably be the grandest example of that in a way that surpasses any kind of figure that you could point to right now in Palestine. But there are a lot of, besides the actual direct historical ties between Israel and South Africa, there are just a lot of similarities in what you see. And frankly, in our earlier episodes, we cover revolts, violent revolts, merciless revolts by the indigenous population. There were basically 3 uprisings in, remind me, no, I believe it's 1961.
It's actually,
It
how
was
does my audio sound now?
much better.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Now I cleaned it up.
Wait, no, it sounds like no. Actually, never mind. It sounds like a squirrel voice almost.
That's no his real voice. He's using the one mic that actually shows his real voice right now. I have to edit this when we do blowback. He sounds about
Wait.
1 octave higher.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Hold on.
You
Come
sound like
on.
you sound squeaky.
I think you sound younger and more sort of full of life to me.
All right,
You
what about
sound
this?
You sound like you're about to do a Young Americans for Freedom debate on a college campus.
Noah, can you say that's a fallacy real quick? Just to test
That's
the-
a fallacy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that tracks. You got the
Well, give
voice.
us your give us your
Now
your
you get
slightly
the
pitched-
good microphone again.
Okay, great. But no, yeah, it was 1961, right? There was a series of uprisings, and this is the last point I'll make, and I'll shut up for a sec. But in which the indigenous population of Angola, this is not even to go into other uprisings at the time, they rose up against the Portuguese colonial authorities and the settlers, the white settlers from Portugal, and it was brutal. They killed men, women, and children. It was indiscriminate. They even killed some fellow Angolans. It was chaotic, but it was really one of many, many cases that you can find in a history of resistance to a colonial authority, which is not always something that you would personally want to be on one or the other side of yourself from the comfort of your own home. And I think that when it comes to the Israel conversation right now, there really has been this effort to turn October 7th, which we still hear is the justification for every single thing inflicted on Gaza and the West Bank. We still hear it as if it's this unique moment, this unique day in history, something that has never, ever happened before, ever. And I think, not that we haven't covered stuff like this before, but I think in the earlier episodes of this season, you'll hear exactly this kind of thing happening in a colony ruled by the Portuguese. And it's really not a mystery. And it's really not that unique. It's what happens. And similarly, at some point, the Portuguese empire that was ruling over the Angolans fell apart and packed up and went home. So there's a lot of echoes in this season all over
I
the
would
place.
say the one echo that I sort of think about a lot is one that Vincent Bevins, the journalist, put on Twitter that is really, really, really interesting, which is about how, South Africa also was the state that pursued in the years before it finally went away, that it pursued aggressive wars against Angola, Zambia, Botswana, not just against these like nations as their governments, but you had South African forces, cooking shit up in all those countries, Mozambique and so forth. And it did all this not because it actually conformed to a real, like an actual set of strategic threats to South Africa. Although perhaps from Angola there may have eventually been something like that, but really it was because of paranoia. It was because South Africa was paranoid and fearful, and that paranoia and fear made them launch all of these offensive operations, which ultimately stretched their military very thin and made it very difficult for South Africa to remain viable as a threatening, as the kind of a dominant military force in southern Africa that it had been. And so when people ask the question of like, well, then how did this powerful state and system ultimately collapse? It was a consequence of decisions that they had made, that they had committed to, the offensive operations they'd committed to out of this paranoia and fear of living on a continent with black ruled governments as well.
Yeah. So a question for you guys, actually, and I don't know if this is pertinent to this season, but one thing that I was reading on was the efforts in the apartheid government in trying to find formal recognition and international recognition for the Bantustan structures that they had developed. And since we are, I don't know if you guys cover that at all or have looked into that at all, but something that I see that is similar to that in modern day, of course, is the now official recognition of Palestinian statehoods that are coming down from all of our Western allies. It's the last, holdouts basically around the world that haven't offered formal recognition to a Palestinian state. And this, of course, has been met with a tremendous discontent from the Israeli state, in spite of the reality that it seems like this would be beneficial for them in order to continue some kind of demographic majority, ethno-supremacist, ethno-state project that they want to without further incursions from the international community. So do you guys think that this is just simply another instance of Israel, for example, getting frustrated because they're incredibly entitled and incredibly arrogant? Or do you feel like the South African assessment at the time was also an incorrect one, and that it wasn't good to even offer offer recognition by the international community to the Bantustans?
I'm going to let you take that one, Noah.
Sure. I think one of the things that the context that's sort of important and relevant with Israel and diplomatic recognition in Palestine is that there was this process called Oslo in the 1990s specifically, where the Palestinians made a specific strategic concession to recognize the Israeli government with the expectation, misguided, that they would be able to negotiate in good faith with the Israelis through a U.S. mediated process. This is what the Oslo Accords set in motion, and it obviously failed.
Yeah.
And so the diplomatic recognition stuff is to me it's kind of like a revival of these 1990s ideals that don't really work right now. And it's a fig leaf for governments to just literally do anything but say we're not going to send arms, we're not going to have any military support. I mean, the United Kingdom's talking about recognizing Palestine, and they're we see the plain data about how they assist Israeli operations and so forth. I think in the case of South Africa, recognition of Bantustan territory, what comes up in the literature is not so much, again, that there was this ask for diplomatic recognition that could have ever been that effective, but it was more that there was this ongoing civil rights struggle within a country, and that the principle of equality among the people within that country was the call. And in the 1980s, when the international sanctions movement picked up steam, it became a lot easier for the, again, that principle of, I don't want to say one man, one vote, because it's a specific thing, but that principle of equal rights for everybody in the same land was pretty easily demanded, and easy to understand and articulate and repackage, as opposed to having to go through some territory to say well, what if we gave the people in the Bantustans more right, and so on.
Oh no, that's exactly what I was thinking as well, which is that it actually, from a legal standpoint, if there's additional international pressure, creates tremendous setbacks for a singular solitary state. If because it's much easier to make this demand in an apartheid structure where the full-blown sovereignty is in the hands of the Israeli state, as opposed to a two-state Bantustan structure that Israel seemingly is opposing quite vociferously. So I guess the question was do you feel as though this is a own goal in the long run for Israel? This idea that they want to complete their ethnic cleansing campaign, and therefore they're so busy with that they don't even understand that this is actually a fig leaf offered to them by Western governments that would at the very least complicate any sort of demand for one state with equal representation for all Palestinians living under Israeli sovereignty.
This is what I was talking about with the paranoia and fear in South Africa that motivated them, is that like Israel psychologically in terms of like the outlook that is part of how they're determining their strategy at this moment is also driven by this paranoia and fear. And the like fig leaf that they're being offered because they are so paranoid about what any empowerment, even the softest, most pillowy, slightest empowerment of any Palestinian political presence anywhere means for them. You know, like the paranoia makes them overly conscious of these things and unable to recognize, you know, like a gift horse in the mouth when it shows up. You know, they don't see what's in front of them. They don't see that this is actually like the Keir Starmer and Macron and all of them are like essentially offering them a way out. Because again, like and this is similar to apartheid South Africa in the final years of its life, the Israeli attitude is that anything that rewards Palestinians for anything, you know, and that's how they view it. They view this as like Palestinians get a reward. We're rewarding them for October 7th by recognizing this. They view that as just like an incitement of more terrorism, which is, you know, when you get down to it, like if you're watching news broadcasts or radio broadcasts from the apartheid era, that's when like the surreality of how similar it sounds starts to come in. Because that's what the South African government said. They just call them all terrorists. The ANC is a terrorist organization. Mandela is a terrorist. Terrorist. Have you heard that they're terrorists, by the way? It's not a novel playbook to like latch onto that stuff and reject all diplomacy.
One question.
I mean, we spoke about
go
this.
Ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say last year when we came on to talk about our previous season on Cambodia, we also spoke a lot about what was going on at that point. I think Lebanon was on the menu. Israelis hadn't gone in yet, but they were just announcing it basically. And that had certain parallels to Indochina. But I remember at that point, our conversation was about how, not to put things in simplistic terms, but, you know, at this point, I won't say that there aren't calculations and strategies and high-level discussions, you know, that are guiding some kind of overall policy, and that it's just pure id. But in terms of international geopolitics and strategy, Israel has become something of a problem dog. I mean, it's rabid. And what we discussed last year was that is no longer even advantageous to many of the hardcore's fellow Zionists who want to simply manage an occupation and manage an exploitation and humiliation of Palestinians forever. This is, while it's a horrifying cost, it is going to probably speed up Israel's own crack up, which of course, you know, we've discussed many times. And South Africa was rather more accommodating, I have to say, if for the very fact that we saw there were eventually reforms that phased the system of apartheid out.
One thing that Noam Chomsky has brought up when making this comparison always is that he has routinely brought up the fact that the South African apartheid structure actually relied on the black population, the native population, for cheap labor, as opposed to Israel, that has made it clear that they would make up for the lack of cheap labor by bringing in foreign workers instead, having their own, I guess, like kafala system, not dissimilar to what you see in other Gulf nation states, and therefore they have no use for the indigenous population whatsoever, and that they are simply an aberration that must be excised. So from that perspective, it does seem like the apartheid structure in South Africa also had to coexist to a certain degree in this unjust two-tier system.
Great point. I want to stay far away from left sectarian politics as I possibly can in my life, as well as this broadcast. But there was a kind of reaction sometimes from maybe old school lefties who wanted to talk always in terms of kind of surplus labor population being exploited by the colonizer or whatever, that didn't totally line up with what's going on in Israel and Palestine. And I think that is, as you perfectly laid out there, on full display. And it lines up way more with South Africa. This was a place where the white government wanted everything to remain more or less contiguous. Israel is operating on I think of a different logic, a logic of a different category. And it is a genocidal logic, which, as much as you can say, and maybe should history have turned out differently, South Africa would have gotten somewhere closer to where Israel is now, if not exactly where it is now. That is not how it turned out. And so you have to know where the similarities begin and end. But I agree, and I think that when I was there, however many years ago, this was a conversation at the time. You would just see that Israel really had no intention of even amalgamating its occupied populations into being a part of its economic engine in the way that they could just import labor and exploit labor, foreigners. So yeah, it is a categorical difference. I would agree with you.
Yeah, there's one other aspect of this story that I want to hear your perspective on, and that is, of course, the Cuban intervention. Now, one thing that I've thought about quite a bit was how different these anti-colonial resistance movements historically have been in places, specifically in Africa. And I think one of the most important factors there was not only that this was happening at the peak of the Cold War, so there was a different pole, that like a different world power that these countries could potentially rely on, if not to simply leverage against the United States of America. But also outside of that, there was direct military intervention coming from this opposite bloc, right? And the Cuban intervention was quite significant. So one of the questions I have is, in the absence of that, like what are the like, is there anything even remotely similar in with respect to other regional actors and their involvement with Israel, and how that has played a role in this, how that has played a role in Israel continuing its genocide unabated and with full-blown Western support?
I will say that I think something that makes the Cuban intervention really special is that, and this is something a guest that we've interviewed has said, the historian Piero Glahesis, which is that the Cuban intervention is a unique example. There hasn't in modern history been an example of a poor country that is how to put it? There's never been a poor country that, on the basis of an ideological commitment, went to the aid militarily of another poor country, without being directly threatened itself. And I think that there is a real, there's not an easy example that comes to mind for how Israel might be restrained in the way that South Africa was thwarted at the time of the intervention, in part because the Cuban example was really that unique.
I guess Yemen would be the only comparison, and yet there is no direct intervention beyond blockades and maybe lobbing a couple missiles in Israel's direction every now and then.
I was about to say Yemen. I mean, it's what Yemen is doing, but Yemen, Cuba was a poor country. It was a country that itself was very reliant on the Eastern Bloc and direct aid. The Union. These are networks and alliances that just don't quite have exact analogies these days. But Cuba was still a pretty robust state in terms of its military experience, the military experience of its population, the strategy for actually working with fellow progressive and revolutionary states. One of the reasons why Cuba felt like things might be possible in working with Angola in Africa was because it was a hell of a lot less risky than incurring the wrath of the United States in Latin America. Because at that point, several attempts at sort of spreading a militant version of revolution in Latin America had simply fizzled out, more or less. And the Americans weren't getting any friendlier to Cuba because of those attempts. So when you saw this invasion by South Africa happening toward a friendly state in Angola, which had had dealings with Cuba in the past, Cuba said, hey, look, we have a good military for a small socialist country. We have the know-how. We know how guerrilla war works. Let's go help. There, as Piero Glahesis, really just the top-notch historian on this issue that we were fortunate enough to have extensive conversations with, 2 whole bonus episodes with, and he's in the main series. He, in his opinion, which I find persuasive, it is pretty much the pure case of revolutionary idealism in the case of Cuba. I mean, there was a pragmatic reason why they could operate in Africa as opposed to Latin America, but they had muscle in a way that Yemen, while admirable, doesn't have the same amount of muscle to actually send tens of thousands of troops. And that made all the difference. I mean, they saved Angola from a South African invasion, not just a South African invasion, but also the fellow nationalists that were opposed to the MPLA, backed by Mobutu, not to mention foreign mercenaries and the CIA. There's really no analog to it. And it cost Cuba a lot. Cuba did not get some diamond contract that was a big payday for them. They did not get some kind of, exploitative rights or mining rights with Angola. And that is not to say that the two countries are on the same footing that they were way back. I think that they've drifted a bit, probably geopolitically. Angola is now looking to be a power player in Africa, or like a place where other countries can take their disputes, and it can be a sort of middleman. It's trying to balance, like many countries are, the contest between China and the U.S. But in that period, Cuba's efforts were, I would say, unprecedented and remain unique.
Yeah. No, but it was, the question, I guess, is like, was it pivotal in terms of ensuring that there wasn't additional support from South Africa in this, like in the development of the modern Angola that we know?
It was absolutely pivotal, and not only the kind of canned history, even on the left, is that the Cubans went, or in some left-wing version of this, you could say, is the Cubans went in and the Soviets didn't want them to, and it was like, not only are the Cubans not the Soviets' puppet, the Soviets were cynical and unmoved, and the Cubans were the real socialists. I mean, you could put it that way, I suppose, because Cuba didn't ask for permission from the Soviet Union, which, sort of knocks down the argument that they were a proxy of Moscow. However, the Soviets did, after maybe expressing a little bit of frustration that Cuba didn't even give them a heads up, they did immediately, having already recognized the MPLA, government in Angola, the progressive government, they supplied weapons, advisors, pretty much everything they could do short of their own military involvement, which they thought would be needlessly provocative, especially since the Cubans had already jumped in. So yes, not only did the Cubans themselves move the needle, they persuaded the Soviet Union, which was obviously a far more powerful resource for both Cuba and Angola, to come in as well. And that really tipped the scales. I mean, Angola was getting billions of dollars when all was said and done in today's money, thanks to the efforts of the Cubans and the Soviets together, not to mention weapons. And it was absolutely pivotal. I don't think anyone would really argue Angola had a chance if the Cubans and then moreover the Soviets hadn't gotten involved in stopping this.
Noah, are you going to say something?
Yeah, no, I'm just worried about my mic.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. It is what it is.
No, the only thing I would really add to what Brennan said there, I mean, it's because I do think it was a pretty good and comprehensive summary, is that all of the parties who are, like the Cuban role in Aquito Cuanavale and of stopping, which is the decisive battle in the fight against South Africa. The Cuban role, a lot of people that we've spoken to, at least that I spoke to, interviewing Piero Glahesis and an Ethiopian American filmmaker Nagash Abdurrahman, who made a short film about Cuba and Africa, and they feel that Cuba's role is not adequately played up. And I think that there is a really, there's like an important case to be made that, yeah, like if anything, like Cuba's, the decisive role of Cuba's intervention has been underplayed. And I would add one other thing, which is that the sort of ultimate part of what made Cuba's decisive action or what makes it stand out in relief was, to emphasize something Brendan said, was that it was against the advice of the Soviets. It was against the advice of the benefactor in the Eastern Bloc. It was against, what a lot of realpolitik would have advocated at that time. It was a sense, it was a feeling, it was an impression that apartheid was vulnerable. And then at the right moment in the late 80s, it was the Cubans who had the initiative to say, no, we need to strike now, and we can achieve something here.
I've seen a couple chatters and he's saying the Cubans were unwelcome in Angola, and that someone said Che wrote that in his diary. Okay, Che was long dead by this point. You're talking about the 1960s, which was an earlier era of cooperation between Cuba and Angola, which was, moderately successful, although not completely. This was 1975. Che was not around. It's a totally different world event, and the Cubans were invited. In fact, the Angolan government begged them to come, and then begged them to stay once they were there. There was decades of cooperation, even after Agostinho Neto died. I don't know if you know who that is, but that's who was in charge when they were there. Even after he died, the Cubans said, we will not leave. We will not bring home one soldier until you are completely comfortable with the threat from South Africa. And this is important to note. They were not there to necessarily fight the war against Savimbi and the rival nationalists to the MPLA, the rival Angolans. The Cubans were always saying, that is something you're going to have to take care of, whether we're here or not. We are here to guarantee your safety against South Africa, an external threat. And there were actually different military debates, and at times it got pretty hostile between the Cubans and the Soviets, and what strategy they should be pursuing against the enemies of Angola. But the Cubans kept their word and only left once they had performed a pretty impressive military comeback in, as Noah mentioned, the township of Cuito Cuanavale, which was not only a turning point in the war in Angola, but as Nelson Mandela put it, a turning point in southern Africa, if not, the world, because a white supremacist army had been defeated by a collaboration between Soviets, Cubans, and native Angolans. And they were driven out, and it meant that the negotiating table was suddenly a far more welcome place for the Angolans and the Cubans. And that's how Angola was kicked out, which, by the way, also resulted in the independence of Namibia, which is a country that in our season, but it plays a big role in what happens in Angola, because South Africa is basically using Angola as a way to control Namibia, or a way to retain control over Namibia. And so it was military strength. I think it really must be stressed. It was military resistance that created the opportunities at the negotiating table. And the Angolan government was insistent that the Cubans stay for decades. This we will outline for you if you listen to our season. It's very clear in the records.
To add more into the conversation about Cuba acting independently of the USSR's directive, it seems to me like the Americans also thought that this was done at the behest of the USSR and went directly to the USSR to intervene. And they were positively flummoxed by the fact that it was outside of their control, that the armed intervention was unsuspected, unexpected, and also independent of the USSR's goals.
Yes, and it's worth emphasizing there that this is a much larger this was how the U.S. understood Cuba throughout the Cold War. The U.S. repeatedly misunderstood how people in the U.S. like consistently thought that oh, Cuba just takes direction from the Soviet Union. Fidel is this authoritarian strongman. They don't have an independent set of ideas about how they want to engage the world. And so whenever we see Cubans show up somewhere, it's Soviet communism, putting its tentacles around some poor country. And as a result, it meant that it was really not until the late 1980s. When the Cubans had started to have some real military victories in Angola under their belt, that the U.S. began negotiating with them, at the table like adults. And I think that there is a real, it's I think a really sort of kind of telling failure of American policy, but also like we didn't want to negotiate with the Cubans, and we've never wanted to negotiate with Cubans. We want to destroy the Cuban government, and so it's always a lot easier when like that's been your position is this sort of almost like posture of total annihilation. Then like why would you bother caring what they think? Why would you bother talking to them? Because it was not just in one administration that the Americans went to Moscow and said, hey, can you get Fidel to back off? And then Moscow says, we don't control him. They're our allies. We support them, but we don't control him. And the Americans didn't get that. Because, by the way, maybe that says something about how we view our allies, especially these days, in terms of what alliance means and whether it really just means doing what the U.S. tells you.
Yeah, it's interesting because like some conversations were taking place where America was also trying to make it seem as though they were not as involved with the South African government, despite offering material support to the South African government. And made it seem as though they were an independent entity acting out on their own desires, which I guess there is some truth to. Do you feel like the American involvement there was simply giving as much control to South Africa as possible in the region in an effort not to let this resource-rich region fall into the hands of the Soviets, or do you think there was more interest beyond that?
I think that there was interest in, American access to the markets like diamonds and oil. One really key thing we should mention here that's actually kind of a big paradox for anyone who's a little bit too dug into, one ideological side or the
Get
other
ready
in the
for your
Cold War
dogmas to be broken.
Sorry, I'm not trying to over-egg the pudding here. I'm just trying to sell the show.
Get ready to be
Is that that during this entire conflict, Cuban soldiers were guarding an oil refinery in the north of Angola for the socialist government that was run by the American firm Gulf Oil. And it was the pro-South African, American-backed rebels that were attacking Gulf Oil on behalf of Savimbi. So this is where things, you got to kind of step into the real world a little bit and things get a little messy because there were American interests in both directions. Gulf Oil just wanted to work with whatever the government of Angola happened to be. And the Angolan government was fine with that. They were a developing country. They had oil. They wanted to sell it. Gulf Oil was as good a customer as any, or as good as a partner as any. Then you had the, ideological arm of the American state working to sabotage that kind of relationship. So I think that there was a complicated relationship between America and the desire for control and exploitation of Angola. Oscar Ramos Oliva talked to me a bit about this as well. But the Europeans definitely were interested in those diamonds and in that oil. And of course, South Africa, if it had its day, wanted probably not a white government in Angola because that was just so far from the ingredients they had at their disposal, but probably a friendly government by a black nationalist organization that would, cut them in into Angola's resources. And so when it comes to America, I think that it absolutely was partially a anti-Soviet measure. I think it was partially a commercial and imperial, grubby measure. And then it's just sort of, we also must remember post-war.
That was what I was going to emphasize.
Yeah, Noah, feel free to take it away.
Yeah, the thing with like 75 and when the US, because essentially the US starts supporting Savimbi and UNITA and the other and a third resistance movement that later kind of falls off called the FNLA, but they end up getting involved in Angola in a big way in 1975 when it's starting to look like oh shit. The Angolans Angola is going to be it's the Portuguese Empire is over and the group poised to take control of Luanda is Marxist. Oh fuck, this is bad. And oh, this is really bad. And not only is it really bad in a vacuum when communism wins anywhere or threatens to, it's also really bad when it's happening right at the end of the Vietnam War. And it's happening at the moment of like the greatest American humiliation since, who could say when. And Cambodia has fallen to the Khmer Rouge at this time. And even though America will later be friends with the Khmer Rouge, that's in the future. And so the US sees Angola and Henry Kissinger sees Angola and they see a battlefield. They see an opportunity to, fight what they view as like Soviet influence, but more than anything, to bog them down, to demonstrate that what America really cares about is the show of force. And so a lot of what America begins Americans' involvement is wanting to show that even after Vietnam, we can still fight communists, even if there's no good reason for it. And moreover, that like kind of cynical basis for the policy, ends up being something that persists from the Ford years into the Carter years, and then in the Reagan years it becomes a little less cynical and just openly crazy, or at least enthusiastically bloodthirsty, however you want to put it. But it does begin with this very specific set of political circumstances at the end of the Vietnam War, and as Brendan was getting to say, post-Watergate, where there was a very real kind of delicacy to how will the U.S. be able to do covert ops at the one time during the Cold War when there was real domestic political pressure in the mid-70s to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this all the time. Maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe this is destroying our soul. Maybe we shouldn't be. In Angola, when and the revelation of American involvement in Angola also produced that kind of scandal as well. So it has a kind of, it's not just like, oh, this was a battleground that Congress and everybody said, oh, we're fighting there now. It began. It has controversial origins, and the cynicism that was our basis there, not with any real plan or anything. It endures for 15 years of a pointless civil war.
One last question that I have for you guys, and I feel like the last season also was highlighting China's L's here, but how much do you guys, I'm assuming you talk a bit about Chinese involvement here as well and their personal ambitions at a time when I guess at this point they too also represent like a different force than the USSR in the global stage. And they have their own personal interests in all of these regions, including Angola. What do you think about the everyone is hitting the dang, or no, not the dang, that's the Xi Jinping one, the social credit meme in the chat going, cut it out. But how does Chinese involvement look like in Angola?
Actually, could
China support? Sorry, go ahead, Noah.
There was just a quick way of sort of getting it. Brennan can go into a bit more of like some of the earlier history of it, but something that I didn't want to lose is that at this particular moment, part of like what has defined China's approach in Africa is not like obviously the scare headlines about debt traps and stuff like that, but it's China wants to do deal making. They have a lot of manufacturing capacity and development infrastructure, Belt and Road and all that, and they want to bring it to Southern Africa and so forth. and that's their interest. They want to cut deals, and that's, they're not. It's not. There's not like a grander, more nefarious set of circumstances to it that Americans put in there. But that sort of approach is, I think, also sort of been reflected. Like, it's not a novel way that, like, since the 1990s, essentially, since the Cold War ended, the ideological stakes of this conflict, even though, as Brennan will say, like, China did get involved with apartheid South Africa and UNITA before that period happened. But to give an example of not just China, but to bring back Israel for a second, Israel was obviously this huge ally of apartheid South Africa in the 80s and in the decade prior. But in the 1990s, when diamond mines went back into control of the government, and Israel is a major diamond trader, particularly at that time, it became way more advantageous for Israel to work with the MPLA, to work with the former Marxists in control of Angola. And I think that it's helpful for people to think perhaps of like this, not just this region of the world, but the post-Cold War reality for a lot of third world countries as being about figuring out like, who are my business partners? Who can I work with to develop, to make money, to encourage economic growth and things like that, as opposed to thinking about it in terms of these ideological, moral, philosophical stakes that are guiding people's decision making. And I thought that like the example of how, China's sort of, that was their approach now, but then also how Israel seemed to have been on both sides of the 90s is a good reflection of that, or at least something that made me think about that reality as we were researching and writing this season. And so it was just a bit front of brain. Sorry to have cut in front of you there, Brendan.
The discussion of China at the time of our story, which is in the 70s and the 80s, and China now, because we've entered a completely different era and a completely different leadership and philosophy of development and international relations for China. What I would say is, as far as China then, having somewhat recently, come off of the Sino-Soviet split, China backed the same people as the United States.
Yeah.
They backed Savimbi. They backed Holden Roberto, who was related through marriage or some in-law relationship with Mobutu. And much like they did in Afghanistan, they were there for anyone who was fighting the USSR, not to oversimplify it, but certainly in this case. And that was simply the strategy at the time. China was, I think it's fairly easy to argue, more antagonistic to the USSR at this point than to the United States. You only have to look at the common interests and or common clients that both China and the United States backed, Savimbi being one of them. In fact, China caught flack for not speaking out against the coalition that included apartheid South Africa during this moment, whereas the USSR was always opposed and stood with the Cubans and the rest of the Eastern Bloc. We should also say the Soviet Union and the Cubans. East Germany was very helpful to the Angolans and supplied a lot of materiel.
Czechoslovakia as well.
Czechoslovakia was the earliest, I think the earliest arms transfers from the Eastern Bloc came from Czechoslovakia. So that's where China was back then. We don't focus a ton on it this season because they're not driving the action, but they did pick that side. When it comes to now, okay, sorry, do you want to add to that the first?
Yeah,
part
just
of the
to say
timeline
that they did back away. They did eventually leave to, like, Chinese support was not like a permanent fixture of the entire time of UNITA's civil war. There was, I think, a point in like the late 70s or the very early 80s when China also said like, we're like our playing this angle of it is done.
Do you feel like this was a byproduct of like America's or specifically Kissinger's involvement with China as well, where like you have the Sino-Soviet split on the one hand, and then on the other hand there are gains being made for China as like official recognition as opposed to the ROC, the People's Republic of China gaining official recognition and legitimacy in the global stage, and then a developing China wanting to be a global player that instead of consistently going against the United States of America is like playing ball to some degree as another alternative force of I guess like some developing socialism that isn't the USSR.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Reginald Vell Johnson here. That little book, Stasi State or Socialist Paradise, that is a good book. If people want to check that out, it's a nice primer on East Germany, just because East Germany does play a role here in Angola. But yeah, Hasan, with China, I would say, I mean, this is where I should plug our 5th season, because we really dive into what happened there in the 5th season. It was in very many ways connected with the question of Vietnam, Cambodia, not to mention tons of other things, of course. But China felt as though we could go into so many things with the Sino-Soviet split, but that essentially China had more to gain from its own development, from its own standing in the world, by standing apart from the USSR. I'm sure the lead of many in the Chinese leadership not playing second fiddle to the USSR as the other, largest communist country on earth. It felt it had more to gain from a partnership or a tacit partnership with the United States. And that's certainly how they operated for several decades.
I mean, it was
then
successful.
The USSR, it was successful, and I think it made
interests.
sense. You could argue it's ideological or moral or whatever points, but it was successful. I think, look, China's still here. The Soviet Union isn't.
Yeah.
So
and not only is it still here, but it was able to make domestic interventions without, or it was able to make domestic decisions in terms of developing a centrally planned economy, while still simultaneously having a flow of foreign capital come into the country without American intervention and American demands that have existed in other places. I feel like it made itself it gave itself leverage in the global stage that allowed Chinese development to take place in the way that it did without as much foreign interference.
No doubt, and that was one of the reasons Gorbachev and the kind of new thinking, it was called, in the Soviet Union in the mid '80s. Really, that's when the Soviet support to the Third World began to completely dry up. Castro had a big problem with this when he met with Gorbachev. He was he was a huge recipient. Cuba was a huge recipient of that support. So was Afghanistan. So was the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Gorbachev, again, historical figure of great importance, whether you think something's bad. It was a blow to the Soviet network of fellow socialist regimes, not just the Eastern Bloc, but communism worldwide, for him to have said, we got to focus on the domestic side of things and stop cutting checks to everybody all over the world who want to fight the Americans and support us. What I would say is that they attempted the same thing in the Soviet Union that China did. Maybe it was too little too late, day late and a dollar short. I don't know. And the Soviet Union still collapsed. But any way you slice it, you have to fast forward a little bit to talk about China today, which is, of course, many, many decades after the events of this season we're covering. But we do talk about it in our final episode. And I'll just say that to echo Noah a little bit, the contest between China and America at this moment in Africa, there's a ton of propaganda around it. I know the Western propaganda around it more than I know the other side, perhaps. But most scholarship that I find persuasive disputes heavily the idea of debt trap diplomacy and some kind of neo-colonial project of China to do what the European empires did to Africa back in the day, or what America did in a more limited way in the 20th century. And so I think there's a very different approach. It's not to put on total glasses. These scholars we cite say it's case by case. One day a Chinese oil firm is operating without a permit. The next day, a Chinese construction in a totally different part of Africa is helping to rebuild in a way that is essential, in a way that the West is not helping out. So, you have to really kind of get into the weeds about it. But it is a very, very different relationship that China has now than it did in the 1970s, specifically toward Angola, that we cover in this season.
And the one last thing I would touch on that with is that a lot of the story of this season involves countries who are very actively seeking better relations with the United States. Cuba is sort of always and kind of is always trying that and always wants it, but is in the doomed position of abiding by in the case of Angola, a moral code that makes that kind of peace more difficult to achieve. But these other countries, like Angola, for example, they want to join the IMF, for at different points in years. They want to be plugged into the world. They want to